Ladies and gentlemen, please settle down. We will begin the program shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, let us all welcome and acknowledge the presence of the Chief Justice, Senior Associate Justice, and Associate Justices of the Supreme Court. Good morning. May I request everyone to please stand for the singing of the national anthem, to be followed by the Supreme Court hymn.
Ayang magiliw,
Please be seated. Your honors, eminent guests and participants, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Supreme Court of the Philippines' first Human Rights Symposium. We are live on the Supreme Court of the Philippines official YouTube channel, X formerly Twitter, and Facebook accounts. You can also watch this on the microsite of this symposium by visiting philja.judiciary.gov.ph/FOE symposium/. Before we proceed with our program, we would like to acknowledge the presence of our development partners. Australian government-supported Fostering Advancement of Inclusive and Rights-Based Justice, or the Fair Justice Program, with their team leader, Attorney Ray Paulo Santiago. Governance and Justice Program of the European Union, or the EU-GOJUST, with their team leader, Mr. Christian Eldon. And the Asia Foundation, with their country representative, Mr. Sam Shittik. Again, thank you for your invaluable support. We also recognize the presence and support of Philippine Judicial Academy Chancellor, Justice Rosemary D. Carandang. Court of Appeals Presiding Justice, Fernanda Lampas Peralta. Justices from the Court of Appeals, Court of Tax Appeals, and representatives of justices from the Sandigan Bayan. Court officials, trial court judges representing all the judicial regions nationwide, court lawyers, deans and other members of the academe, representatives from the various civil society organizations, development and social change lawyering organizations, media associations, from the National Union of Journalists of the Philippines, Philippine Press Institute, Philippine Center for Investigative Journalism, and Center for Media Freedom and Responsibility, student organizations, the Integrated Bar of the Philippines, representatives from the Human Rights Committees of the government, experts from the University of Malaga and University of Granada in Spain, the presenters, and of course, all participants joining us here at the Judicial Academy of the Philippines and those joining online. Today is a remarkable day as the Supreme Court of the Philippines, in partnership with the Philippine Judicial Academy, launches its first Human Rights Symposium. The symposium, titled Rethinking Adjudication in a 21st Century Democracy, Symposium on Contemporary and Enduring Challenges to the Philippine Judiciary on Questions Involving Freedom of Expression, centers on the fundamental freedoms of speech, expression, and of the press, as well as its cognate rights. Today's program also coincides with the celebration of International Human Rights Day, which is commemorated on December 10 of each year. The protection and enforcement of human rights in the Philippines has always been one of the core priorities of the Supreme Court and is consistent with the guidelines of the Strategic Plan for Judicial Innovations 2022 to 2027, or the SPJI, the High Court's blueprint of action under the leadership of Chief Justice Alexander G. Gesmundo. Further, through its Committee on Human Rights and International Humanitarian Law, the Supreme Court has commemorated this historic day by highlighting pressing human rights issues in the country and in the world. Without further ado, to formally welcome all of us to the symposium, we listen to the welcome remarks of the Chancellor of the Philippine Judicial Academy, the Supreme Court's partner in the symposium. Let us all welcome Justice Rosemary D. Carandang.
Honorable Chief Justice Alexander G. Gesmundo, Senior Associate Justice Marvic Leonen, Associate Justice Ami Lazaro Javier, Associate Justice Mario Lopez, Associate Justice Japar Dimampao, Associate Justice Jose Maidas Marquez, and Associate Justice Munet Singh. Justices of the Court of Appeals, headed by Presiding Justice Fernando Lampas Peralta, other justices of other courts, appellate courts, judges, legal experts, and practitioners, members of the Academy, ladies and gentlemen, good morning to all of you. It is my distinct honor and privilege to welcome all of you to this significant symposium on contemporary and enduring challenges to the Philippine Judiciary on questions involving freedom of expression. Today, we come together to reflect on one of the most cherished rights in any democracy, the right to freedom of expression, and to examine how it intersects with pressing legal, social, and political challenges in our country today. On behalf of the Philippine Judicial Academy, I would like to extend my deepest gratitude to Senior Associate Justice Marvic Leonen for his vision and leadership in spearheading this program. Justice Leonen, your steadfast commitment to ensuring that our judiciary remains attuned to the evolving demands of justice and democracy is truly commendable. It is through these initiatives, such as this symposium, that we are reminded of the indispensable role of collaborative dialogue in addressing the complex issues of our time. I also wish to convey our profound thanks to our development partners, the Australian Government Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade, the European Union Governance in Justice 2 program, the Asia Foundation. Your unwavering support for this initiative underscores the importance of global collaboration in promoting justice, democracy, and human rights. Your contributions have made it possible for us to gather today, and for that, we are deeply grateful. It is indeed an honor for PhilJA to host this event, which brings together esteemed members of the judiciary, the legal practitioners, academics, and representatives from the public and private sectors. Together, we will tackle some of the most urgent and relevant issues concerning freedom of expression in the context of anti-terrorism measures and red tagging, the challenges faced by media practitioners, and the growing complexities of online discourse. Freedom of expression is not merely a constitutional guarantee. It is the cornerstone of our democratic way of life. It is the freedom that enables us to challenge norms, question authority, and seek accountability. For the judiciary, this freedom assumes an even greater significance, as it not only protects our independence as an institution, but also ensures that we remain a forum for the free exchange of ideas, a venue for dissent, and a bastion for justice for everyone. In these extraordinary times, however, the right to free expression faces unprecedented challenges. The rise of misinformation and disinformation, the misuse of technology, and threats to public safety have sparked critical debates on how this freedom can coexist with other essential rights and interests, such as national security and public order. These issues are further compounded by unique challenges in our context, such as red tagging, the pressures on media independence, and the nuanced nature of online speech. This symposium invites us to confront these issues head on. It is a space where we can examine not only the legal doctrines and jurisprudence that underpins freedom of expression, but also the broader social, ethical, and political implications of our decisions. It challenges us to think beyond the law, to consider the lived realities of our people, and to ensure that our interpretations of the law reflect the principles of equity, compassion, and justice. As members of judiciary and as a key stakeholders in the rule of law, we are called to be guardians of constitutional freedoms. At the same time, we are tasked with maintaining a delicate balance, ensuring that the exercise of these freedoms do not endanger other rights or the common good. This balancing act requires us to be both courageous and prudent, both idealistic and pragmatic. I am confident that the insights we will gain today and tomorrow through the expertise and diverse perspectives of our speakers and participants will provide valuable guidance as we navigate these challenges. May this gathering serve as a catalyst for deeper understanding, stronger collaboration, and more innovative approaches to protecting freedoms of expression in our society. Once again, I welcome you all to this important symposium. Let us seize the opportunity to engage, to learn, and to affirm our commitment to the principles of democracy, justice, and human rights. Thank you, and I wish us all a productive and meaningful days ahead. Maraming salamat sa inyong lahat.
Thank you very much, Chancellor Karandang, for your warm welcome and heartfelt message to our honorable guests and participants today. At this point, we wish to draw focus on the challenges to jurisprudence in emerging environment of freedom of expression. Ladies and gentlemen, here to tell us more about it is the chairperson of the Supreme Court Committee on Human Rights and International Humanitarian Law, the Honorable Senior Associate Justice Marvic MVF Leonen.
Magandang umaga po sa atin. The Honorable Chief Justice of the Republic of the Philippines, Alexander G. Esmundo, Justice Ami C. Lazaro Javier, Justice Mario V. Lopez. In the next few days, he will be releasing the bar results. Wala lang, I just want to say. Justice Japar Di Maampao, Justice Jose Maidas P. Marquez, Justice Maria Filomena Singh, the Honorable Presiding Justice of the Court of Appeals, Fernanda Lampas, the members of the appellate courts that are here, members of the trial courts that are also present physically or via the virtual means, the Philippine Judicial Academy Chancellor, Justice Rosemary Di Carandang, its officers and employees. Today we have with us the Spanish professors who will help us discern a lot about freedom of expression in the digital world. Professor Jose Manuel de Torres Perea, Professor Jose Antonio Castillo Parilla, Professor Pablo Sanchez Molina, and Professor Fernando Esteban de la Rosa. I hope I pronounce their names in Spanish correctly. Attorney Ray Paulo Santiago of the Fair Justice Program Team Leader and your staff who are here, Mr. Christian Eldon, the GOJUST Team Leader, Mr. Sam Chitik, the Asia Foundation Country Director, fellow seekers of justice, mga kaibigan, kakadwa, ken kailian, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Warmest greetings of a meaningful and just peace to all of us. Thank you for participating in the discussion over the next 2 days. Thank you also to our partners, the Australian government who supported the Fair Justice Program, the Justice Sector Reform Program of the Governance in EU-GOJUST of the European Union and the Asia Foundation. Your support for these and other reform programs of the Court under SPJI has been invaluable. As Chair of the Supreme Court's Committee on Human Rights and International Law, I am indeed honored to be surrounded by advocates and peers in the fight for human rights. I think there is no better way to commemorate today's celebration than by enriching the discussion on contemporary developments related to our advocacies and its impact on exercising and the court's interpretation of our fundamental freedoms of speech, expression, and the press. To mark this year's celebration of International Human Rights Day, the Supreme Court allowed that we organize this forum to provide a platform to invite critical reflection on our current doctrines, especially for this year regarding freedom of expression, considering our emerging threats and our current environment. Rather than provide the topics, we invited the public to submit paper abstracts on their thoughts on this broad freedom. From 100 plus submissions, we filtered the submissions and invited 47 to submit their papers. We chose 15 whose papers we think eloquently articulate the challenge we face, gesture towards some critical proposal, and will encourage more discussion on the enduring challenges to our human rights. Needless to say, because this is an academic symposium, the court does not endorse the paper's contents and its proposals, but we feel that they will generate a lot of meaningful discussions. For my part, and within the next few minutes, I hope, I aim to present the emerging threats to humanity in broad strokes, as context, and then examine the challenges to existing jurisprudence that they may imply. This is by no means a complete account. As my colleagues will tell you, any development of jurisprudence will need full deliberation on the part of the members of the court. It can perhaps be seen merely as a prolegomenon, an attempt to provide an agenda for further discussion from only one member of the court. The theme of this year's Human Rights Day celebration set by the United Nations is Our Rights, Our Future, right now. Today we find ourselves at a crossroads, facing some of the most dangerous and rapidly evolving challenges to our fundamental freedoms. The threat brought about by climate change, the emerging perils because of big data, and the evolution of artificial intelligence, the worsening state of democracy among all nations, and the persistent threat of a nuclear apocalypse that could arise out of the internecine wars in different parts of our planet. I will discuss the first three threats to set the context of our discussion of the challenges for adjudication. I need not discuss the fourth, the nuclear apocalypse, for the potential for it, because when it happens, there is nothing left anyway. First of these emerging threats is climate change. A few weeks ago, the Supreme Court held its first National Judicial Summit for Sustainability and Environmental Law in Puerto Princesa City, Palawan. Representatives from our courts, lawyers, the academe, the business community, and civil society organizations gathered to collate their input as we intend to revise the rules of procedure for environmental cases. During the summit, several issues were emphasized, including the outcome of the UN Climate Change Conference held in Baku, Azerbaijan, the devastating effects of climate change on vulnerable nations such as ours, and the need for a more substantial commitment to climate justice. There was a clear consensus. The threat to our species and planet's existence is not only imminent, but urgent. Extreme weather disruptions caused by climate change have become more precarious. Communities are now finding it hard to rebuild and bounce back after calamities strike. In 2023, climate extremes drove 72 million people into hunger, marking a 26% increase from the previous year. The global economy is unsafe. Economic damage brought by climate change is 6 times worse than previously thought. Global heating will shrink wealth at the rate consistent with the financial loss of a continuing permanent world war. Scientists have also noted that we are already at risk of crossing 5 catastrophic climate tipping points. At least 3 of these tipping points may be reached within the next decade if the world hits 1.5 degrees centigrade above pre-industrial temperatures. These include, first, the collapse of big ice sheets in Greenland and the West Antarctic. Second, the widespread thawing of permafrost. And third, the death of coral reefs. Scientists warn that once we go past these thresholds, the damage could be irreversible. In their words, not like turning off a dial, but flipping of a switch, one that cannot easily be turned back. If we proceed as usual, threats will rapidly loom on the horizon. Mangroves, seagrass meadows, and boreal forest will begin to wither and die, which will significantly reduce our planet's ability to absorb anthropogenic gases, making the cycle of increasing temperatures and extreme weather disturbances more inevitable and violent. The Philippines is no stranger to these extreme weather events. We have caused health risk, flash floods and landslides, property damage, decreased economic input, and loss of life. According to the latest World Risk Index, the Philippines has been the most at-risk country for 16 years now, based on our vulnerability and exposure to climate disruptions and disasters, such as typhoons and floods. For this ranking, for the first time, it is the Philippines that is number 1 for the past 3 years. For the past 3 years, we have also been recognized as having the highest risk index among 193 countries. Last November, an unprecedented 6 typhoons inundated the archipelago, affecting 10 million Filipinos. The first 2 typhoons, Christine and Leon, cost $100 million in damages to agriculture, infrastructure, and property. This does not include the devastations of the following typhoons, Marce, Nika, Ophel, and Pepito. Without a decisive plan to combat the effects of these climate disruptions, every storm will continue to weigh down on our vulnerable communities. Any significant discussion about the challenges to adjudication, even with freedom of expression, must occur within this context. Despite the science and the undoubted effects of extreme weather disturbances, there are still climate change deniers that get platforms, giving them disproportionate power in various media, contributing to either misinformation or worse, disinformation. Conversely, climate activists speak their truth to power, calling for more drastic measures to combat climate change. Human rights and climate change are and have always been interconnected. Even if they are its least contributors, the most vulnerable communities disproportionately bear the brunt of nature's devastating wrath. Addressing this and many challenges that burden the poorest of our poor requires a holistic approach that marries environmental action, freedoms, and social justice, ensuring that those most at risk are protected. This is the essence of climate justice, which now gestures towards recognition in how courts should interpret interrelated rights, including freedom of expression. Climate justice is the recognition that the devastating impacts of climate change are not experienced equally by all communities and peoples. Thus, the climate crisis cannot be averted without climate justice and the complete consideration of human rights, particularly for the marginalized. Our people suffer from poverty, inequality, and disempowerment. The inequality is far and wide, much to the detriment of at-risk communities that have little to do with harming the environment. Therefore, it is imperative that those in positions of power and privilege, such as developed countries, resource-rich industries, and those that have more than enough in our societies, assist those affected by climate change. Climate justice is about accountability and the fair distribution of burdens and benefits. It also includes the responsibilities of non-state actors like all of us through our individual lifestyles and participation in influencing the culture of our groups and communities. We all contribute to the problem, but we are also potentially a part of the solution. The second emerging threat is the perilous use of big data and artificial intelligence. The future of AI is full of promises, but without regulation and care in its use, AI might do more harm than good. It creates challenging legal questions, often putting the promises of our current doctrines into question. Phenomenal advances in artificial intelligence have been made in recent years due to the confluence of enormous big data, faster and more efficient computational power, and tech companies' motivations for larger profits. Data fuels artificial intelligence. Data has become so vital, it is now a form of currency. Much of it, however, has been collected without our knowledge or consent. Data has taken many forms over time. For example, metadata, or the data about data. Every time we take a picture or create a file, our phones generate data showing exactly when, how, and where it was created. Triangulating over other sources of information from one's device, it can also identify the person who took the photo and created the file along with other related information about that person. There is also ambient data collected through processors and sensors, unobtrusively integrated into everyday things, including your mobile phones. Waze and digital maps cannot exist without constantly communicating your locational data to their servers. Your phone records, without your intention, the locations you frequent, when you visited, and how long. Include this with the data generated by your browser history and the apps you use, like Click the City, Grab, or Shopee. And services out there can build a picture of who you are, your likes, dislikes, who you know, and where you go. Add the biometric data from your smartwatches and various facial recognition technologies, and these apps will know more about you than your spouse or your most significant others. Through data brokers, data is sold to corporate entities who in turn exploit it for commercial use or surveillance. In 2019, Shoshana Zuboff, a social psychologist and philosopher, pointed to this practice as a form of what she called surveillance capitalism. One of the more notorious uses was revealed by whistleblowers who alleged that Cambridge Analytica used data purchased through Facebook and other data brokers to conduct targeted political advertising for a candidate who eventually won the elections in a big economy. This practice is now known in tech circles as neuro-targeting. Neuro-targeting leverages large data sets to craft and deliver messages in various media and platforms designed to bypass logical considerations. It appeals to the emotional core of the recipient and is often considered an unethical practice. With big data, powerful computers, and enough financial resources to motivate operators, neuro-targeting contributes to efficient propaganda personalized for the very specific cohorts within the population. Used nefariously, it perpetuates disinformation. Some mobile apps may even contain backdoor secrets or hidden behaviors that users are never privy to. Despite data privacy laws and regulations, many companies surreptitiously process and exploit our personal data, frequently gathering it through hidden trackers, third-party cookies, or device permissions that users may not be fully aware of, thus undermining our privacy. I will not be surprised if one of the mobile phones of a very important person within this audience right now has what is called a hot mic, which means a mic enabled without your consent, recording for some other people out there what we have now. So for them, I say hello. The project to create more immersive digital realities presents a host of other challenges. Surveillance cameras and video and audio recording devices can now store high-resolution images. Soon, they will be able to create digital twins of various locations. Perhaps you will be able to see Japan or Europe while staying here in Tagaytay. Authors have voiced concern about the upcoming legal colonization of these spaces because they will be registered as intellectual property rights to realistic representation, and that can become an issue. These AI and other technologies that use this form of data-driven machine learning are often developed and deployed in ways that prioritize the interests only of the wealthy corporations. This limits the benefits to a handful of individuals, widening inequality and the digital divide. Kate Crawford had an enlightening and engaged description of artificial intelligence in her 2021 book, Atlas of AI, Power, Politics, and the Planetary Cost of Artificial Intelligence. She claims, and I quote this, "Artificial intelligence is both embodied and material, made from natural resources, fuel, human labor, infrastructures, logistics, histories, and classifications. AI systems are not autonomous, rational, or able to discern anything without extensive, computationally intensive, large data sets or predefined rules and rewards. In fact, artificial intelligence as we know it depends entirely on a much wider set of political and social structures. And due to the capital required to build AI at scale and the ways of seeing that it optimizes AI systems are ultimately designed to serve existing dominant interests. In this sense, artificial intelligence is a registry of power." Close quote. She continues that we perhaps, especially as lawyers and most especially as judges, should see AI more broadly and contextually. She argues that we should, and I quote again from her, "We should escape the notion that artificial intelligence is a purely technical domain. At a fundamental level, AI is technical and social practice, institution and infrastructure, politics and culture. Computational reason and embodied work are deeply interlinked. AI systems both reflect and produce social relations and understandings of the world. Close quote. As early as next year, we will need the intellectual resources as a species to grapple with the ethics and legal regulation of what is called AI, autonomous agents. The pioneer AI systems that we have now are used mainly for data analysis and generative applications, relying on data sets and pre-programmed algorithms fed by human beings rather than actual independent machine reasoning. Thus, while AI can beat chess grandmasters through analyzing patterns, it does not yet have the ability to learn new skills. However, according to NVIDIA, as early as 2025, that's next year, the AI we know today will transition towards an era of autonomous agents or machines capable of independent learning and reasoning. Through recursive learning, a less intelligent AI can continually improve itself over time by running a program repeatedly and troubleshooting infinitely, making the process more efficient without human intervention. This continues until the machine's intelligence can solve nearly all problems, making it, as one author calls, the last invention that humans need ever make. This creates the seed of artificial superintelligence. The average IQ of a human genius is about 140 and 150. Maybe some of them are here right now. Artificial superintelligence, however, can reach an IQ score far beyond that, falling between 1,000 to 10,000. Imagine a supercomputer that never needs to take a break, has access to all the world's information, and is capable of independent reasoning. Yes, a computer that does not need a work-life balance, like some generations out there. Without proper intervention, it might even pursue goals that are detrimental to humans. Philosopher Nick Bostrom now asks, what happens when machines surpass humans in general intelligence? The implications of this intelligence gap are nothing short of a sci-fi plot. My answer to this is, the relation of the superintelligence to us will be our current relation to cockroaches. They will not care about us unless we challenge their existence. Artificial intelligence has revolutionized the way people interact with each other. It has given privilege to the influence of technology. Even now, you do not communicate with any other person without technology. Undoubtedly, it makes life easier and more efficient. There is also the danger that when we as humans become too complacent, we become dependent on the illegible algorithms created by another or by the machine itself. We might be slaves to it if technology does all the thinking for us. Artificial intelligence has the potential to define our realities, the way that epistemic bubbles and doom scrolling replace how we appreciate now who we are and what our world has become. Digital representations will replace the physical world. The Internet of Things will replace intimate communication. Artificial intelligence at its current stage is perilously not regulated. No one is in complete control. At the rate we are going, as big tech rushes for the next good thing, profits at the expense of caution, there is no assurance that any human being will have complete understanding or control. The last emerging threat we will discuss today to provide context is the declining state of democracies worldwide. Do not worry, my daughter does not call me a boomer anymore. He calls me a doomer. In any case, I will share this with you. Declining state of democracies worldwide. In his book, Against Democracy, Jason Brennan identifies 3 types of democratic citizens. Each of these categories of citizens perform a role that exacerbates the problem he identifies. First, he characterizes the category of voters as possessing low information and therefore very vulnerable voters. Second, some voters are too partisan and driven always by confirmation bias. Third are the ideal citizens, identified by theories of liberal democracy, those who are rational and open to discussion and debate. He, in fact, labels these voters as the Vulcans. And those of you of my generation who know Star Trek know what I mean. The last type of citizen, Brennan notes, is very rare. It is claimed that an overwhelming majority of our voters, not only in this country but worldwide, can be categorized under the first type. Most voters, generally due to no fault of their own, but because of how institutions are supported and operate, tend to possess low information and therefore vulnerable to the very elements that enable the sustenance of the current status quo. Our current democracies, in their most straightforward context, rely on who is voted into power by the majority. However, if most of our voters, as Brennan posits, are prone to misinformation or are politically apathetic, the quality of leaders they choose to elect will remain the same. In a sense, civic engagement cannot simply be the band-aid solution of broad political participation. People must be steered from their passivity and informed on the ground. To address this problem of democracy, we must understand its source. Our avenues for information have shifted from vetted journalistic sources and now rely heavily on social media. However, social media thrives on the algorithm of our personal biases, which fuels the group of low information and vulnerable voters. Here, it is too risky to rely on what we have always known as the free market of ideas to filter out what is true from what is not, what is factual from what is not. Everyone in social media is a purveyor and creator of information, whether truthful or not. Every day, it gets more challenging to avoid the toxic conversations done online, the epistemic bubble that it fosters, and the authoritarian or fascist tendencies that it may support. This poses problems, especially for a fragile democracy such as ours. This information is prevalent. This information is intentionally and strategically misleading propaganda to secure political gains. This is different from simply misinformation. All these threats are happening in a very capitalist world. Big corporations exploiting the environment, major tech players abusing their use of AI for their own gain, and power-hungry technocrats who, in their own silos of self-interest, taking advantage of our weak democratic system to scourge the nation's coffers for their private benefit. You know of a tech billionaire mogul that is now influencing one of the most powerful human beings in this planet. I need not name who he is. In the face of these systemic threats, where greed and self-interest corrupt and tip the scales of justice, affirming the principles that safeguard our fundamental rights and freedoms, therefore, should become imperative. Analyzing these fundamental principles, therefore, is also as important. However, we may need the courage to reimagine the interpretation of human rights and fundamental freedoms. This will include the basis or the principles under which we can reconstruct our doctrines on freedom of expression if needed. Human rights are supposed to be the foundations of our democracy. The true potential of this value depends on our ability to understand human rights as defined in our Constitution in a more relevant and responsive way. Article 2, Section 11 of our Constitution provides, I quote, "The state values the dignity of every human person and guarantees full respect for human rights." A reading of this provision requires an approach where the holders of rights and those who bear the duty to respect promote, respect, and fulfill these rights are appropriately identified. Let us parse parts of this provision carefully. The first part of Section 11 mandates the state to value the dignity of every human person. This statement in our Constitution is not hortatory. It is not a mere guide or suggestion. The living and organic text reflects the horrific experience of thousands of people who suffered unspeakable indignities during our years of war and of martial law. It is rightfully embedded in our Constitution so that we may never again experience abuses and cruelties in the hands of any authoritarian or dictatorship. Article 2, Section 11 in the Constitution is a core provision not found in the previous versions of the fundamental law of our land. Its writing awaited more reflection into our history and accepting the suffering experienced by our people. The second part of Article 11 mandates the state to guarantee full respect. I repeat, guarantee full respect for human rights. I read the word guarantee as deliberate. It requires a positive act to ensure that human rights are respected fully. For the legislative and executive branches of government, this requires that they be creative in enacting and implementing laws to uphold the dignity inherent in the Filipino people. It is a challenge to find ways to discern the differential impact of various policies on the disadvantaged and therefore to render them visible amid a society that erases their agency. For the judiciary, it invites a more active reading of the power of judicial review in order to make the dream of our Constitution more real, to guarantee full respect for human rights implies a positive duty, not a deferential attitude. The constitutional directive in Section 11 means that when this state policy is invoked, we cannot shy away from recognizing it as a source of right that may be affected by governmental action. Thus, we cannot remain passive and deferential when we observe that human dignity is not valued at all. For me, this always informs the quality and the depth of judicial review. The Universal Declaration of Human Rights, with the premise that all human beings are born free and equal in dignity and rights. However, this normative ideal is far from realization as inequality is deeply rooted in human society and its institutions. Hence, Article 2, Section 11 requires us also to define dignity as that of every human without overlooking whether one is rich or poor, or a high-ranking official, or a minimum wage earner, or even a homeless person. Context is relevant in assessing the quality the rights people possess. For me, dignity possesses respect for one's autonomy, often coded in our jurisprudence as privacy, on the one hand, and on the other, respecting the freedoms of the other. Let me start with freedoms. 4 freedoms are vital for the assurance of human dignity and our democracy. First is freedom against. This includes the right against torture and other cruel, degrading, and inhumane punishment. Second is the freedom to be able to choose to decide to do what you want, where one's autonomy of thought and speech are indispensable conditions of nearly every other form of freedom. In some circles, this is called freedom of conscience. Third, I think, which is most also important, is the freedom to be able to do what it is that you choose to do. That is, society should provide the minimum resources for everyone to pursue what they desire. The fourth and highest is what I call meaningful freedom. This can be a spectrum between 2 meanings. At its minimum, it is the capability to do what one wants, but in a way that does not injure another or become a burden to community or humanity and is respectful for all identities. At its maximum, it means the same capabilities and the same respect for the other, but the choice of what to do is informed by a desire to lessen the suffering of another human being. It is choosing to exist, but in doing so, also enhancing the dignity of others. It is informed by what feminists call an ethics of care. Freely choosing to give meaning to life by uplifting that of others is an exercise of freedom of the highest order. This is what true, meaningful freedoms is all about. These freedoms, in my opinion, lie at the core of the constitutional provisions of human rights and all fundamental freedoms. Article 2, Section 11 demands that the state to fully respect the rights of people, making the distinctions between the different types of human rights, civil, political, economic, already irrelevant. The state must ensure that every person is entitled to these rights. These are what should be called entitlement rights. Respect is at the core of human dignity. To provide context for Section 11, the provisions in Section 10 of that same article imposes upon the state a positive duty to promote social justice. The provision itself, Section 10, uses the verb shall. It mandates the state to shall promote social justice in all phases of human development. I repeat, shall promote social justice in all phases of national development. Read together, these two constitutional provisions mandate the state, the judiciary included, to ensure the active protection of human rights as a precursor to the advancement of social justice. Human rights are inalienable. It recognizes that all humanity has inherent dignity and equal rights. This exempts no one and is the foundation of freedom, justice, and peace in the world. Ultimately, we cannot achieve social justice without protecting human rights. There is no exercise of meaningful freedoms without social justice. It is, in fact, the very essence of social justice. The protection of human rights through the lens of social justice recognizes intersectionality. This forces us to acknowledge that while everyone has rights, not everyone can fight for their own rights. Legal service should not be an exercise to entrench the power asymmetry between the lawyer who allegedly know and their client who knows nothing. This reinforces what Miranda Fricker labeled as epistemic injustice, that our clients and our stakeholders are not truly heard, testimonial injustice, because of their identity or class, or that they are denied the ability to understand their situation because they do not have the resources given them to do so, or hermeneutic injustice. This way, legal action should likewise be a process of entitlement for those of us in the profession, that we should continue to analyze the world, but do so with others. Then there is the concept of dignity, which encompasses respecting human autonomy in context. In jurisprudence, this is coded as privacy. Privacy can be understood either as a value congealed in constitutional rights or as a right in itself. As a value, it recognizes everyone's individual space framed by one's choices. It is a sanctuary where individual can be tentative, a space for discovery. It is also a space where the individual will define the quality and variety of their relationships. It is a sanctuary to be intimate, with which the state or another person's intrusions will be very strictly scrutinized. As a right, it is an assertion against the state or any other person's intrusion within our legal order. For me, in the light of the use of data by big data and the ubiquitous surveillance systems of artificial intelligence that we now have, the bedrock doctrine that we always cite that draws the boundary as being the reasonable expectation of privacy is now sorely lacking. For me, it means nothing unless we can detail it further. We need to be more definite with our constitutional understanding of first, who owns our data about ourselves. While we can accept that others may inevitably capture our data, we need to find a framework to limit the acquisition, storage, processing, use, or contribution to big data and publication of our data in different forms. This will be discussed further during our second day and in some papers. If the future is found in artificial intelligence, progress should be framed by a collective commitment to preserving privacy and retention of the sovereign autonomy of every human being. With these safeguards, we can ensure that our technological advances are conscious of their effects on human rights. We should, however, acknowledge that literacy with the various dimensions of artificial intelligence is wanting. I bet that not all of us here actually know what artificial intelligence consists. It is a black box. In particular, the legal profession only has intermittent opportunities to understand recent technological developments. Our knowledge of concepts such as ubiquitous technological surveillance or intelligence, advanced persistent threats or APT, surveillance capital, machine learning, context windows, recursive learning, and others must now be as common as our understanding of sovereignty, due process, equal protection, the right to life, dignity, and freedom of expression. It should inform the depth of our understanding of these constitutional issues. Unfortunately, none of these are staples in our law schools. We are only starting to include this in judicial career enhancement programs and even in mandatory continuing legal education. Through the stewardship of our Chief Justice, 42 of our lawyers just came from a training on AI and the law in Pittsburgh. And there are now plans to bring that training here in the PhilJA Training Center in order to upscale the training to all our judges. The time is right for us to re-examine what appears to be the bedrock memes and doctrines related to freedom of expression. Certainly, the faith that the truth will best be discovered in the marketplace of ideas, a concept shared as early as 1857 by John Stuart Mill, may no longer be accurate and may cause more injustice. Some of those in our marketplace of ideas may have more resources and therefore significantly impact in our culture. Algorithms in the apps we use may universalize their bias. Representation or the attractiveness or addictiveness of some digital representation used as disinformation has a powerful voice of translating reality to many. Article 3, Section 4 protects the right to freedom of expression and peaceful assembly. Already, we have the foundations in Diocese of Bacolod versus Comelec, where the court held that the Comelec violated freedom of expression and had no legal basis for regulating speech by private citizens. A social stance does not automatically serve as a political endorsement of electoral candidates. The majority opinion recognized that the ability to express is intertwined with the capability to have the resources to speak. It is not divorced from each other. It acknowledged that liberty and equality are symbiotic. It also acknowledged that the existence of a dominant strand in our political culture, what it called a hegemony, may unusually support the status quo. Diocese of Bacolod suggested sensitivity to the political economy and the various ways like sarcasm, irony, humor, or memes that subalterns use to speak to de-establish those in power. The rights enshrined in Article 3, Section 4 of the Constitution should afford the most significant protection to citizens' political speech, ensuring that the sovereign holds those in power accountable. The very real limitations to freedom of speech and expression reflect the superficiality of the now dominant paradigm, which again, among others, claim that the truth can only come out from a marketplace of ideas. Our culture is subsumed under hegemonic forces that stifle and drown out even the strongest of dissents in favor of the status quo. Therefore, those with more resources will have easier access to media, reaching a wider audience than those who are disadvantaged. Across the diverse themes of today's symposium, a common thread lies among all of them: the balance between state interests and individual freedom. Technological innovation and the social context further bolster this balance. In broad strokes, the symposium will cover 6 major themes. First, balancing anti-terrorism measures and protecting fundamental freedoms. Second, evolving freedoms, ethics, and responsibilities of the press. Third, examining the intermediary liability framework of protecting the exercise of freedom of expression online. Fourth, strengthening freedom of expression through litigation and adjudication reforms. 5, weaving through the legal framework of national security in cyberspace. And 6, navigating the myths and bounds of this right to be forgotten. I wish you could say this to my ex, the right to be forgotten. Yes, I think they're right rather than mine. Thank you, Justice Ami. I have read their submissions, and I am excited for the conversations that will be made on these topics in our breakout panels. For the plenary sessions, we have invited experts from the University of Malaga and the University of Granada in Spain to share international perspectives on the digital environment, data commoditization, and artificial intelligence impact on human rights. Again, let me emphasize, we chose the papers not based on our endorsement of their ideas, but because of their ability to deftly and eloquently catalyze discussion, deliberation, or debate. The time allotted to this symposium limited our choice to 15 presentations and 3 international papers. However, more will undergo a referral process and eventually be published by the Philippine Judicial Academy. I hope that you take advantage of this space, join and actively participate in our breakout sessions, reach out, connect, and learn from each other to deepen our collective understanding of our challenges. Let me promise you, we will use our contempt power sparingly, not like others. As advocates of human rights, we are responsible for finding ways to safeguard against pervasive social inequalities by ensuring the efficiency, transparency, and responsiveness of our institutions. For the Supreme Court, we have the Strategic Plan for Judicial Innovations, and among its pillars is efficiency, innovation, and access to justice. Under the SPJI, the Court has launched programs to provide accessible justice to those most geographically isolated and disadvantaged areas through what we call the Real Justice Program. It has also begun consultations to amend the protective writs and strengthen the protection of human rights of all our citizens. Recently, it has also leveraged technological innovations in promulgating rules on more efficient filing of cases, among other efforts to improve the administration of justice to a broader population. Let me just report to you that just before this conference, the Chief, myself, other justices, the MISO, the court, and other members of the court were in a huddle, in a caucus, as to how we are going to digitalize the entire judicial process. Our target is 2026, hopefully by April, a truly paperless court. However, while the Supreme Court is significant, it is not the only institution that should uphold justice. We should demand that the court do its part, but have no illusion that we are the Messiah. As we always say, there are no gods of Padre Faura, only goddesses, according to Justice Ami and Justice Monet. Social justice can only be realized if our people are empowered. Taimtim ang paniniwala ko. Walang ibang magpapalaya sa atin kung hindi tayo mismo. Walang Mesaya na magliligtas sa atin. Ang tunay, ganap, at makahulugang kalayaan ay nasa kamay ng ating mamamayan. In the 1960s, Brazilian activist and scholar Paulo Freire conceptualized a participative type of empowerment called conscientização. I hope I pronounced the Portuguese properly. This means developing a critical awareness of one's social reality through one's reflection and action. When we engage with our communities and clients and work with our institutions and organizations, we must ensure that we contribute to empowering individuals, not only ourselves. This means we respect their ability to perceive reality and discover their own solutions. In every solution we propose, the community or client should actively participate and understand how this will affect their lives. This is the only way to challenge our social, political, and economic contradictions. Freire suggests that meaningful political participation, the kind that ensures that we hold powerful classes accountable and uphold human rights values, can only be achieved if we enlighten ourselves and others through liberating and dialectical interaction. We empower ourselves when we learn, and we learn when we encourage others to learn. Apathy thrives in this empowerment. This empowerment causes apathy. We can choose to do law to ensure legal empowerment, or we can simply do law to reify the vulnerable status of our people. Legal empowerment, or any empowerment for that matter, can only be achieved by believing and acting that we do not know more than the communities we serve, and by walking and living with them in their struggles. We should continue to engage communities in their own context, not through social media, but directly, face-to-face, with our people in their culture and language. In doing so, we can direct our own action more actively and become more effective in our efforts to sustain development in these areas we serve. I hope that you can see the example of our current court. We have gone beyond the confounds of Padre Faura in Manila, and we have reached as far south as Tawi-Tawi, Marawi, and different other places. Maybe next year, we will reach Batanes and hopefully even our sovereignty in the West Philippine Sea if necessary. This means encouraging participative citizen suits, engaging in meaningful legal action, and promoting support for legal aid and public interest lawyering, or developmental and social change lawyering. Paving the way for others to claim their rights is a meaningful freedom we can share with those whose narratives have been displaced and marginalized by imbalanced power structures in our society. Lawyering is more than just a profession. It means an advocacy shared with various groups, communities, and identities. It is a means for social change. It is a way to achieve social justice. Lawyering requires that we imagine more, with such imagination being informed by the experiences of others. I hope you can start your imagination in this symposium. Social justice will not become a reality because it is written in our Constitution. Social justice will become a reality when lawyers and judges work with our people. Even for non-lawyers in this room, we must do our part to ensure that social justice translates to empowering our people. We must read the law responsibly. When we discern its meaning, we must not limit ourselves to reading its text in the light of ad hoc and unhistorical pronouncements of what it originally intended. Worse, we cannot read law just by reference to dictionaries. I don't care if it is the Black's Law Dictionary. We must give meaning to legal provisions by critically understanding the context of the reality of our people. We must conceive an idea of justice collectively that is not simply couched in the existing systems now of our profession. In a way, lawyers respond and act on epistemic injustices of our laws. We should understand that what is legal right now may not necessarily be what is just, but certainly what is just should, by our interpretation and by our laws, become what is legal. We should continue to analyze the world, but we should do so with others. Freire talks about the positive value and act of organizing with empowerment. To emancipate the other is to empower them so that they can empower others as well. Our freedoms are fundamentally intertwined. There is no true empowerment and freedom unless all persons, identities, and communities enjoy meaningful freedom. We must instill in us the faith that our freedoms are so profoundly intertwined that if we fail to stand and protect the rights of others, no one is truly free. We are all individual weaves in this singular tapestry of humanity, and we owe it to each other to do what is right and just. All meaningful reforms, as we are now discovering, causes discomfort. Let me repeat that. All meaningful reforms causes discomfort. If it does not, it is not meaningful as a reform. Just and meaningful change is characterized by vigorous resistance from those who have wielded power and enjoy the privileges of an unjust status quo. Brace yourself. Be resilient. Go beyond your comfort zones. Do not be silent. Do not be complicit. Our people suffer. Our people suffer. Stand and be a voice for them. During our watch, as we benefit from the privileges and titles they have entrusted us with, we should not fail them. Thank you, Agyamanak. Maraming salamat. Shukran.
Thank you very much, Senior Associate Justice Leonen, for your very informative, inspiring, and thought-provoking message. Moving on with the program to talk about ensuring freedom of expression in the digital frontier. Distinguished guests and participants, ladies and gentlemen, let us all welcome the 27th Chief Justice of the Supreme Court of the Philippines, Honorable Alexander G. Hesmundo.
Please be seated. My dear colleagues, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. We gather today at the confluence of law, democracy, and the ever-advancing wave of technology, a critical juncture where the principles that have guided us for centuries are being tested anew in unprecedented ways. The central topic of our symposium, freedom of expression in the digital frontier, is not merely an abstract legal dilemma, but a question that reaches into the core of our identity as a democratic nation and as individuals, and highlights the evolving role of the judiciary plays in advancing and safeguarding that identity. Our freedom of expression is not just another constitutional guarantee. It is the very foundation of our democracy, the lifeblood of innovations, and oftentimes the mirror through which society examines itself. In the landmark case of Chavez versus Gonzalez, this court itself has recognized the preferential place which freedom of expression occupies in the hierarchy of rights. There it was explained that the vital need of a constitutional democracy for freedom of expression is undeniable, whether as a means of assuring individual self-fulfillment or of attaining the truth, of assuring participation by the people in social, including political, decision-making, and of maintaining the balance between the stability and change. Hence, a governmental action that restricts freedom of speech or expression and of the press based on content is given the strictest scrutiny in light of its inherent and invasive impact. Only when the Challenge Act has overcome the clear and present danger rule will it pass constitutional muster, with the government having the burden of overcoming the presumed unconstitutionality. As one author even puts it, truth as shared experience and as a mutually discovered condition possesses value because it is the natural result of coming together of a diverse views, an essential foundation for a living, growing, and functioning community. Truth, therefore, is the creature born of social condition of living, working, speaking, and acting together, Undeniably, this will not be genuinely possible without the protection afforded to the freedom of expression. Yet, in this age of algorithm, interconnectivity, and artificial intelligence, where speech is not only amplified but also often fragmented, we face profound challenge. How do we ensure that this fundamental freedom remains robust in a landscape constantly reshaped by technology, where the boundaries of our capacity to speak and express ourselves are boundless as the reaches of the internet itself? Truly, digital age has been hailed as the great democratizer, breaking down traditional barriers to expression. This feature is the key to the proper exercise of our rights, because if truth is born out of our shared communal experience, then all members of the community must have an equal opportunity to participate in its creation, and that is that everyone must not only have the liberty to exercise the right, but also the means and the platform to do so. Nowadays, with a single post, an ordinary citizen can speak to the world, allowing him or her to bypass traditional gatekeepers of information. Moreover, the internet has undoubtedly become not only one of the principal means by which individuals express themselves, but also as a means to effectively exercise this right to information, an indispensable tool for robust participation in the public sphere. Yet, this unprecedented development carries with its own paradoxes. On one hand, we see flourishing of ideas, with voices previously silenced now finding resonance in conversations globally. To this point, the Supreme Court of the United States, in 27 case of Buckingham versus North Carolina, has recognized that social media platforms can provide perhaps the most powerful mechanisms available to a private citizen to make his or voice heard. They allow a person with an internet connection to become a town crier with a voice that resonates further than it could from any soapbox. On the other hand, we are confronted with the dark undercurrents of disinformation, hate speech, and cyberbullying. According to one scholar, this is further amplified by the fact that the current curation of algorithms in several websites are designed to engage its users, and just so happens that most engaging content are the most toxic ones, ranging from fake news to hate speech. Hence, freedom in the digital age is no longer simply the freedom to speak, but it necessarily includes as well the freedom to navigate a space increasingly shaped by forces which may manipulate what we see, hear, and even believe. And in this paradox lies the Supreme Court's profound responsibility. It falls upon us to ensure that today's technological advancements do not dilute the essence of freedom of expression, but instead strengthen it. First, we must recognize that the way which our people exercise their right to free expression is not constantly in flux. In the previous analog era, the contours of this right were relatively made clear through centuries of lawmaking and adjudication. The court has categorized the various forms of speech and, more importantly, kept the scales of justice balanced by carefully weighing speech with commonly competing interests, such as public order, national security, and even individual dignity. Nowadays, however, the emergence of digital frontier has already defied the traditional boundaries which we have so carefully established. Now, a single post or even its repression can cascade to a viral movement or may trigger devastating consequences. In a study made by Carson and Weibull, they state that experience tells us that the dilemma arises whenever a hallowed right, such as freedom of expression, encounters revolutionary technical innovation, which digitization implies. Critical questions arise as to the degree to which the new technologies will bring about changes that weaken the key principles codified in present fundamental laws relating to traditional media. For instance, the balance between freedom of expression and personal privacy is particularly troublesome. Hence, this fluidity demands that we in the judiciary adapt. For one, as you may have been aware, the Supreme Court is in the midst of implementing the SPJ as earlier mentioned. which it aims to achieve efficiency, innovation, and access in the judiciary. Under the outcome of innovation, the Court recognizes the essential role which advanced technologies play in enhancing not only the speed through which we dispense justice, but more importantly, even the quality of justice we render. More importantly, the Court should always be ready to fulfill its constitutional duty of deciding complex and unprecedented legal questions which may arise from such fluidity. We should be ready to articulate and even expand principles that embrace the complexities of digital speech while remaining anchored in constitutional fidelity. In relation to this, the Court must take upon itself the responsibility of keeping abreast with the current technological developments to ensure that it is actually well equipped to answer these questions once they come before us. For instance, the Court in the Universal Secretary of Justice has ruled on the constitutionality of several provisions of Cybercrime Prevention Act of 2012 and reaffirmed that people's freedom of expression in the cyberspace cannot be bulldozed by mere overbroad attempts at suppressing supposedly illegal forms thereof. In the face of many challenges and opportunities which technology presents, we cannot deny that there is a clarion call for us to find the balance. Our freedom of expression, like all of our other rights, exists not in isolation but in harmony with the rights of others and with societal interests. Today's advancements may arguably amplify the tension between several competing values: the right to speak versus the right to anonymity, the freedom to share versus the duty to not to do harm, and ultimately, the endless options available to us as to which stances to take and our unceasing responsibility to uphold the truth. Our role as magistrates is to preserve the delicate equilibrium between these values. Wherever we adjudicate or make rules regarding our freedom of expression in today's world, we must always remember that we are not merely resolving disputes or making our court processes more efficient. We are directly taking part in reshaping the boundaries of the world which is constantly evolving with us. Hence, the action we take must not only show legal precision, but more importantly, they must also serve as a compass for a society which is also navigating uncharted waters. In other words, in this era of constant change, the Supreme Court must serve as both as an anchor and as a guide. We must ensure that our legal principles are firmly rooted in the core values of democracy, and this can only be done if we embrace our role in courageously guiding our countrymen toward a future where the freedom of expression remains vibrant and resilient. We must do our part in ensuring that the digital frontier does not become a lawless space, where the Constitution applies as much online as it does offline. The protections we extend to free speech and expression in the physical world must be as strong in the cyberspace to ensure that individuals and society are able to flourish as needed, without accountability or justice being undermined. In our decisions and our rules, we must set clear guidelines which promote a digital ecosystem which respects individual rights without unduly sacrificing collective welfare. More importantly, we must also invest in our own capacity as a judiciary. As mentioned, the issues we face today are often unprecedented, and we are called to be experts not only in the law, but also specificities of the fields where the law operates, such as business, technology, and public administration. Judicial education and training must evolve to meet these demands for us to foster a bench that is both informed and adaptive. Ultimately, we must remember that resolving issues on freedom of expression in the digital age is a moral imperative. It demands our courage, vigilance, and utmost perseverance. In the case of Inot versus Intermediate Appellate Court, this court reminded the people that the strength of democracy lies not in the right it guarantees, but in the courage of the people to invoke them whenever they are ignored or violated. Rights are but weapons on the wall if like expensive tapestry, all they do is embellish and impress. Rights as weapons must be a promise of protection. They become truly meaningful and fulfill the role assigned to them in the free society if they are kept bright and sharp with the use by those who are not afraid to assert them. Hence, let us strive to maintain the people's trust in our ability to serve as steadfast protectors whenever the rights are trampled upon, never fearing that the heavens may fall as justice is done. We will fail as the final arbiter of what is right and just if we merely react to the changes happening around us. Instead, we must take the reins and actively shape our world towards a better tomorrow. In closing, let us remember that our rights are not meant to be static snapshots. They are dynamic, adaptable, and resilient, ever available for us in our search for personal happiness and collective well-being. As guardians of the rule of law, it is our responsibility to ensure that this essence endures even as the world around us evolves. Together, let us reaffirm our commitment to a future where freedom of expression, firmly grounded in constitutional principles, illuminates the path towards a more just and democratic society. Thank you very much, and may justice prevail in any frontier that we may encounter. Good morning to all. Please be seated.
Thank you very much, Chief. We greatly appreciate your presence today and your genuine support in this endeavor. We will now take this opportunity to commemorate this momentous occasion by having a photo session. May we please ask the Chief Justice, the Senior Associate Justice, and the Associate Justices of the Supreme Court to please proceed to the stage for a photo opportunity. May we also ask the Phil Chancellor to join us Justice on the stage. this juncture, we go to the meat of this symposium. Early this year in May, the Supreme Court and PhilJA, through the Supreme Court Committee on Human Rights and International Humanitarian Law, called for paper abstracts on the following topics: artificial intelligence, technology, and human rights, disinformation, cheap speech, and similar contemporary challenges to democracy, the Cybercrime Prevention Act of 2012, press freedom, the right to publish and to information, the right to reputation and to be forgotten, the Anti-Terrorism Act of 2020 and fundamental freedoms, and any other relevant topics on freedom of expression and its cognate rights. The committee received over 100 abstracts from members of the bench and bar, law practitioners in the private and public sectors, members of the academe, law students, and other professionals from other fields. After a series of careful deliberations from the 48 shortlisted authors, only 15 were selected to present their papers in simultaneous breakout sessions. The 15 presenters are Attorney Mar-Louise E. Villanueva, Attorney Zarina Maybelline V. Pasis, Ms. Patricia de la Peña, Dr. Peter Jerome B. Del Rosario, Mr. Joshua Arsenio V. Espiritu III, Mr. Ivan Harris Tanyag, Attorney Erica M. Alfonso, Judge Lady Ivy Vanity D. Velasco, Attorney Jose Florinio Y. Farcon, Mr. Arnel F. Morga, Attorney Kyle Joseph A. Alo, Mr. John Derek M. Gabrilio, Ms. Maria Corazon C. Reyes, Judge Theodoric K. Ayungo, and Attorney Jasmine L. Enfectana. Let us give them a warm round of applause. Please stand to be recognized. Please. Yes. Okay. Thank you very much. For today's breakout sessions, we focus on the following topics. Breakout session 1, balancing anti-terrorism measures and protecting fundamental freedoms at the lecture rooms 1 and 2, with presentations from Attorney Mar-Louise E. Villanueva, Attorney Zarina Maybelline V. Pasis, and Ms. Patricia Emery D. B. de la Peña. Breakout session 2, on evolving freedoms, ethics, and responsibilities of the press in the 21st century at the lecture room 4, with presentations from Mr. Joshua Arsenio V. Espiritu III, Dr. Peter Jerome B. Del Rosario, and Mr. Ivan Harris Tayag. And finally, breakout session 3, examining the intermediary liability framework for protecting the exercise of freedom of expression online at the Global Distance Learning Center, with presentations from Attorney Jose Florinio Y. Farcon, Honorable Lady Ivy Vanity D. Velasco, and Attorney Erica M. Alfonso. Kindly refer to the venue map on the screen for the exact locations of these sessions. You may also refer to page 35 of your participants' guide. On-site and online participants may choose which breakout session to attend. They may also decide to visit several or all breakout sessions during the conduct of the symposium. However, please be mindful not to disturb ongoing presentations. 2 moderators from PhilJA will preside over the discussion. Participants who have questions or comments must first be acknowledged by the moderator. They may also opt to send their questions anonymously by scanning QR codes posted in their respective breakout sessions. For our online participants, you may send your questions or comments through the Zoom chat. Since this event is on live stream, we thank those joining us online and ask that you please stay online and that we will resume at 1:45 p.m. for the breakout sessions. As we go to our lunch, please note that aside from the main dining hall, lunch will also be served at the multi-purpose hall across the TJAP Hotel front desk. For those availing of the vegan buffet, please be seated at the main dining area. We are also pleased to inform you that MCLE units will be granted for on-site participants. Aside from the attendance before the plenary session, there will also be monitoring of attendance for the breakout sessions. Before entering your respective breakout rooms, please do not forget to register to avail of the MCLE credits. Once we are about to resume our sessions, you will hear chimes signaling you to proceed to the breakout room or return to the plenary, as the case may be. Open forum and synthesis of the presentations will be conducted in your respective breakout sessions. Final reminders for tomorrow's program will also be announced in the breakout rooms. Dinner will also be available after the breakout sessions in the main dining hall and multipurpose hall. This concludes our plenary session for today. I'm Attorney Camille Sume Elting, Supreme Court spokesperson, and it has been a pleasure serving as your MC today. Happy International Human Rights Day, and see you all tomorrow.
To our participants online, welcome back to Rethinking Adjudication in a 21st Century Democracy Symposium on Contemporary and Enduring Challenges to the Philippine Judiciary on Questions Involving Freedom of Expression. Obviously, I am not Assistant Court Administrator Camille Ting. My name is Attorney Theodore Te. I will be your moderator for this breakout session number 1. Balancing anti-terrorism measures and protecting fundamental freedoms. We have 3 presenters for this afternoon, and allow me to introduce them all together so that we can maximize our time together. I will introduce by them, and then I will mention the paper that they submitted. I will introduce them according to the order that they will be speaking. The first to speak is Attorney Mar Luis Villanueva, professor at the University of San Carlos College of Law, where he teaches philosophy of law, legal research and writing, thesis proposal writing, and administrative law. He has a Bachelor of Arts in Political Science, magna cum laude, and a Juris Doctor from the University of San Carlos, and a Masters of Law from the University of the Philippines. He is a member of the Australian National University, Philippines Institute, serving as its inaugural visiting fellow. His research interests include jurisprudence, public law, public corporations, and corporate governance. The title of his paper is Definitional Limbo, the danger to the public sphere arising from the definition of terrorism in the Philippines. The next presenter is Attorney Charina Maybelline V. Pasis. She's a court attorney with the Chambers of Associate Justice Mario V. Lopez. She has a legal management degree from the Ateneo de Manila University, cum laude, and a Juris Doctor from the San Beda University, Manila, where she graduated valedictorian. She is a lecturer at the San Beda College of Law, both in Manila and Alabang, where she teaches constitutional law, environmental law, election law, statutory construction, legal technique and logic, legal and judicial ethics, and criminal procedure. While in law school, Attorney Pasis served as the editor-in-chief of the San Beda Law Journal. The paper she will present is co-authored with Attorney John Samuel V. Chan, and the title is The Sword of Damocles, Reforged in the 21st Century, the Weaponization of Speech to Censor Speech through Red Tagging in the Philippines. The third presenter is Maria Patricia Emery B. de la Peña. Ms. de la Peña is a data analyst at Dusk Wave Arts with a Bachelor of Arts in Communication Research from the University of the Philippines. Her research interests focus on political communication, digital media's role in shaping public discourse, market research, the cultural dimensions of popular culture, and human rights studies with a particular emphasis on social justice frameworks. Ms. de la Peña is an advocate for access and use of data as a fundamental human right. Her paper is entitled Red Tagging and Its Chilling Effect, a Human Rights-Based Analysis. Each presenter will have 30 minutes to present their paper, one after the other. In between the first 2 presentations, we will have a health break of 15 minutes. Then we will go to the last presentation. And then we will have an open forum of 1 hour. So even now, if you already have questions based on the titles alone, you can actually, they will flash the QR code later on. You can actually send your questions through that QR code. For those online, you can send your questions through the QR code, or I think you can use the chat function of Zoom. So without further ado, and to get this breakout session ongoing, let me now call on to present his paper, Attorney Marluis Villanueva.
I suppose. Thank you, Prof. Theodorte. Honorable Justices, Judges, colleagues, fellow students of the law, good afternoon. I am Marluis Ermita Villanueva from the University of San Carlos College of Law, and I'm here to present my paper entitled The Definitional Limbo, the Danger to the Public Sphere Arising from the Definition of Terrorism in the Philippines. As this is a part of my master's thesis in the University of the Philippines College of Law, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to my thesis advisor, Judge Raul C. Pangalangan, my thesis reader, Dean Tony Lavinia, and Dean Darlene Berberabe, and Professor J. Batong Bakal, who were members of the panel of examiners, for their invaluable support and constructive comments. My paper begins with this statement. Terror is a paradox. It is a shared feeling that is so profound, so pronounced and so profound, yet it cannot be contained in a specific definition. It is known and is made known, yet knowing it mounts a difficult philosophical question. It changes its face to suit itself to the vicissitudes of time, yet it evokes the basest of human emotion, that which stuns, paralyzes, and renders one in a state of psychological shock. Terror induces shocks not only to the body, but it also shakes the foundations of a political community and the institutions that maintain the stability of shared community life. With this phenomenological challenge, the modern state then faces twin challenges. First is the responsibility of ensuring bodily integrity of those who are under its aegis, as well as of the entire political community. And second, its duty to respect, protect, and fulfill the human rights of its constituents, including the capability of an individual to exercise free choice and their exercise of collective political participation. Both challenges require a democratic system that ensures a legitimate governmental act that aims to protect both the integrity of the state and individual rights and freedoms. An example of such act is anti-terror legislation. However, if such power is democratically legitimized based on a law that addresses a phenomenon that is incapable of an exacting definition, my paper then poses a meta-problem. Sorry for it being a mouthful. How can laws protecting the political community that impinges upon individual autonomy affect the integrity of a deliberative democracy which relies on the exercise of both public and private autonomy by its members in the public sphere for the legitimacy of its existence and those decrees that affect other aspects of public life? Using Jürgen Habermas's theory of democracy, particularly in the role of law in remediating the tension between facticity and validity, this paper revisits several definitions of terrorism, including its quote-unquote definitional predicament in the Philippines from congressional deliberations, both in the Anti-Terrorism Act of 2020, or the ATA, and its predecessor law, the Human Security Act of 2007, or HSA. It will also revisit Southern Hemisphere Engagement Network Incorporated versus the Anti-Terrorism Council, and examines Calleja versus Executive Secretary, specifically how the Supreme Court justified the definition of terrorism as legislated by Congress. It will also examine the impact of the law on the relationship of the state as to private autonomy, the integrity of procedural democracy, and the future legitimacy of laws. From this, I conducted a literature review. Most literature in the United States and Europe on terrorism, law, and free speech employs a black letter analysis of anti-terror legislation and jurisprudence and how it impacts free speech. In the United States, literature discussing the statute penalizing terrorism, specifically that of material support, is used on acts seen as an exercise of free speech, are overbroad and entail the possibility of chilling the exercise of the right. In Europe, free speech is seen as quote-unquote qualified right, which yields to the protection of human dignity and the preservation of democratic society. However, like in the United States, criminalization of speech acts related to terrorism risks the undermining of legitimate democratic discourse and diminishes the substantive link between speech and conduct. In the Philippines, anti-terrorism legislation is primarily analyzed using doctrinal research. For example, in the analysis of the HSA, there is an inadequate definition of terrorism, most references of which are made both on the text of the law and on the decision of the court in Southern Hemisphere. Published before the promulgation of Calleja versus Executive Secretary, a study analyzed petitions before the Supreme Court criticizing the constitutionality of the ATA. While the bulk of the petitions lashed at the statute for its vagueness and overbreadth, this study found that international law per se is not used extensively save one. Further, this study noted that while the petitions challenged the definitions of terrorism and ATA, the Anti-Terrorism Financing Act did not face such litigation. Review of current literature has exposed a theoretical and a methodological gap from doctrinal analysis of anti-terror legislation. This paper offers a more meaningful understanding of the law beyond doctrinal analysis, recognizing that the recondite phenomenon of terrorism itself, which the text of the law cannot fully capture. This study adopts an eminent critique of law, meaning that critique does not only identify the problems within law, but it also seeks to find the solution to these problems within law itself. It will indubitably require an examination of law in relation to the state and on the concept of legitimacy. To address this gap, this paper chooses Jürgen Habermas's theory of the constitutional state on the need to protect individual private rights vis-a-vis the common exercise of political autonomy. Habermas sought to answer the question, quote, what rights must we mutually accord one another if we want to legitimately regulate our common life by means of positive law, unquote. He answers this question by giving importance to political discourse in determining the rights and rules of living a common life. For Habermas, deliberative democracy and the discourse theory of law work hand in hand, pointing out that a democratic form of government facilitates the existence and operationalization of discourse organized within the framework of law. In his theory of law, Habermas recognizes the tension between facticity and validity. Facticity in law refers to, quote, law's operation as a coercive system whose sanctions, positive or negative, compel sufficient obedience even among those unconvinced by legal norms' normative claims, unquote. While validity of law refers to, quote, laws claim to be legitimate, to be morally worthy of obedience and even respect, unquote. While bearing an internal tension within law, law remediates other tensions in modern society. One is the tension between individual and community interests, where law allows one to be individuated in one's right, while freedom is universalizable, which requires limitation of individual rights. Another is the tension between the constitutional legal order and how this legal order undermines the conditions of legitimate lawmaking. In this, law is seen both as a system of knowledge and a system of knowledge that is treating law as text that contains normative propositions and interpretations, and as a system of action that is understanding law as an institution of normatively regulated action. From this, Habermas then sketches the relationship between the rule of law and deliberative democracy by striking a balance between the classical liberal view of rights, that is private autonomy, and civic republicanism, that is public autonomy, using the discourse principle, that is, quote, just those action norms are valid to which all possibly affected persons could agree as participants in rational discourses as the foundation of legitimacy. This would require us to understand that citizens in democratic societies are simultaneously the addressees of law and the authors of their rights. This will maintain the coercive force, that is facticity of law, by ensuring that rational motives of addressees to obey it are present and that it remains the possibility for everyone to obey the law by means of insight. In this manner, public and private autonomy are considered as co-original, which means that self-legislation occurs when addressees of law are simultaneously the authors of their rights. Discourse principle is then translated into law as the principle of democracy, where the discourse principle is first applied to the right to liberties and ends with the institutionalization of the conditions for the discursive exercise of political autonomy. This takes form in a system of rights, as you can see here on the screen, where the legal code and lawmaking are co-originally constituted. This serves as the basis of legitimacy of laws. This system of rights serves as the basis for the legitimacy of laws. Habermas's system of rights includes 5 categories, simply described as equal individual liberties, mutual recognition of political membership, due process and proper redress, right to political participation, and economic and social rights that allow decent living conditions. With these matters discussed, allow me to proceed in sharing the findings and analysis of my paper. This paper first explores the motives made in the making of the subject statutes and how the examined documents show the dynamic between human rights and the right of the state to protect its existence and that of its constituents. It looks into congressional deliberations prior to the passage of the HSA and the ATA through scrutiny of records in both the House of Representatives and the Senate, though I may not be able to talk about all of them today. The examination shows 3 things. First, the passage of both the HSA and ATA was done from an immense need for effective penalization and prevention of terrorism. Second, despite the compelling need of the state to ensure its survival against terrorism, there is a recognition of its duty to respect human rights. And third, the deliberations show the tension within facticity and within validity itself. The paper then proceeds to parse the Supreme Court cases of Southern Hemisphere and Calleja. In Southern Hemisphere, the court dismissed the petition assailing the constitutionality of the HSA on procedural and substantive grounds. It was, quote, lured to render an advisory opinion, unquote, based on obscure and merely theorized actions. Being a penal statute, void for vagueness as a constitutional test for HSA was not used and instead called for the application of the as-applied test in future cases. With Calleja, the court recognized a lack of well-accepted definition of terrorism, yet it pointed to scholarly literature on describing terrorism. Unlike in the previous case, the court allowed a facial challenge on the law considering it affects the freedom of speech and cognate rights. In discussing the definition of terrorism and free speech, the court upheld the constitutionality of the main part of the definition as the enumeration of acts is only a penalization of conduct and not speech. The actus reus and mens rea provide for clarity in the definition, says the court, and further to save the law from charges of vagueness, the court took it upon itself to, quote, sufficient leeway for the conduct of judicial construction in relation to actual cases, for our relatively new jurisprudence on the subject of terrorism be allowed to evolve, unquote. Now I'll be proceeding with the analysis of my paper. Modernity highlights democracy as the mediation between the exercise of individual rights and the regulation of the common life. Such regulation does not only extend to the collective mutual exercise of individual rights, but also be directed toward the preservation of the common life itself. As the only entity capable of exerting legitimate violence, the state wields the same to threats that endangers its legitimacy and of its participants in the public sphere. While the use of legitimate violence needs no justification against groups that maintain orientations that are epistemically antagonistic against the state, there is a need for the rationalization of its existence and use for participants of the public sphere within it. Within the context of terrorism, there can be three reasons behind this. First, the nature of terrorism allows for intrusion from within and damage to the public sphere through radicalization and the use of technology. Second, the threat and actual use of legitimate violence also affects participants within the public sphere as it necessarily involves curtailment of individual rights in exchange for security. And third, its rationality maintains the legitimacy of the use of violence and that it inheres within it the instinct to respect such intrusion by the participants. Thus, law limiting free speech contains the tendency to undermine the principle of democracy itself, even when it is used within, quote, the context of justification, unquote. The deliberations in Congress in the HSA and ATA and the court's decision in Southern Hemisphere and Calleja show that there are multiple tensions inherent in the systemic knowledge contained in and in the use of law as a medium. The deliberations show that law is impersonal, as its language is directed toward the regulation of conduct for the security of the common life, regardless of the personal circumstance of the offender. On the other hand, this common life involves not only the existence of the state, but also the preservation of a participatory democratic system that treats the participants both as the authors and addressees of law. There is then a need to balance between relying on free and equal discourse among participants as a source of legitimacy in law with the liberality of and participation in discourse being a personal prerogative and duty towards the political community. The discourse principle then is put to the test. How can law limiting free speech sustain the coercive force of future law when it limits the possibility of addressees of law to develop an insight that encourages compliance through reflection that can be achieved through free discourse? Legislators argue that what should prevail among constitutionally protected individual rights and the collective right to self-preservation in the form of national security with the aim to strike a balance and ensure that legal norms are universalizable. Congressional deliberations also show us three things. First, defining terrorism, aiming to address the facticity of terrorism, threatens not only the existence of the state, but also the discursive process within the public sphere. The course of deliberations to define terrorism is an act of norm generation itself. Second, such an attempt involves an intrusion into erstwhile protected spheres to address an existential threat by the executive wielding administrative power. And third, such expansion necessitates evaluation of existing norms on the exercise of civil and political rights without diminishing its validity. In the attempt to justify the validity of norms criminalizing terrorism in the Philippine legislature, the exercise of administrative power by the executive tests its validity claim. For example, the Anti-Terrorism Council to putting perceived terrorists under surveillance questions whether the definition of terrorism is universally accepted by participants in the public sphere. With the court nullifying the not intended clause in the definition of terrorism in the ATA, waiting for actual cases before adjudicating the other provisions may already have caused actual harm to the exercise of the right. With the definition of terrorism in ATA affirmed in Calleja, this provides for an aegis of administrative acts that wield coercive power in the form of a quote-unquote legitimation filter on exercises of administrative power that indubitably in fact impact free speech. By legitimation filter, we mean that the administrative state manages contradictions by political abstinence and structural depoliticization. A justification of free speech based on discourse principle avoids preference of one pole over the other by positing that free speech is an avenue for participants to be involved in matters of public affairs that not only affect their individual rights, but also the collective autonomy of the public sphere that in turn ensures the creation of legitimate law through democratically grounded procedures. Curtailment of speech limits the ability of the weak public sphere in the peripheries to engage, in opinion formation, leading to an atrophied core that justifies the exercise of coercive force from reasons that have lost its innate rationalization sourced from the peripheries that then affects the strong public sphere. While limitations on free speech are usually pinned upon the framework of protecting vulnerable social groups to participate in discourse, the limitation of free speech may be seen as an incidental result of the preemptive need to protect the state and its constituents from external and internal threats that also infringes on both public and private autonomy. Following Habermas's imminent critique, this contrast shows that there is a deficiency of law as a system of knowledge and as a system of action. Imminent critique calls for a self-reflexive evaluation of the legal system's own standards to secure its own legitimacy. The distribution of powers from a discourse theoretic perspective allows the distribution of the possibilities of access to different resources of rationalizations and their interaction with one another within the constitutional framework. Without the pressures from the public sphere as faced by the legislature and free from the logic of purposive rationality of the pursuit of efficiency of the administrative state, or by the executive rather, the judiciary is in the right position to open avenues of action to preserve the system of rights, ensuring the private and public autonomy and the legitimacy of laws in a democratic system from a discourse theoretic perspective. With this, the judiciary, in determining the appropriateness of valid norms applicable in particular cases, engages in the tension between legitimacy and positivity of law via an examination at the level of content, responding to the need for consistency in argumentation and the need for regulation bound by the language of those validity claims contained in the form of law. Resolving this tension requires the maintenance of procedure, yet such procedure is not in pursuit of a particular strategic position, but for the maintenance of communicative action. Applied in the Philippines, the expanded certiorari power granted under the 1987 Constitution allows courts to resolve not only validity claims but also competing factual claims in the exercise of prerogatives from the other branches of government. This power also reframes the conception that the separation of powers refers to both institutional and functional separation, with the judiciary ensuring that statutes and the exercise of administrative power is subordinated to the Constitution. This shift from institutional to functional separation requires a higher level of abstraction, grounded not on the traditional understanding of separation, but on the primacy of discourse in a deliberative democracy as the fount and summit of legitimacy. Adjudication in matters of free speech is to be framed on how its regulation impinges upon the participation of the public as addressees of law and its authors. As Habermas puts it, judges and legal experts engage in the contest of interpretations from a position of privilege. Yet this professional authority is not to be imposed against the rest of the population, whose discourse is the genesis of valid law, sourced from constitutionally regulated circulation of power springing from communications in the public sphere, quote, rooted in private spheres of an undisturbed life world via networks of civil society, unquote. At last, this paper concludes with the following. First, deliberations of Congress and the decisions of the Supreme Court reveal a difficulty in defining terrorism, and its persistent vagueness is only an example of the inherent limitation of the language of law. Nevertheless, the reduction of terrorism into a yes or no proposition in the form of a criminal statute seriously impinges upon protected spheres of public and private autonomy of the individuals. An inherently problematic definition contained in a language-bound law that has been legitimized by the democratic process is prone to abuse by the executive, where the law is used to pursue not the communicative teleology of the law, but the strategic interests of those who exercise the prerogatives that impinge upon the integrity of participants in the public sphere. From a discourse theoretic approach, there, it has not been moving, sorry, there. From a discourse theoretic approach, this vagueness coupled with strategic and purposive rationality in the use of administrative power stifles discourse by participants in the peripheries. This disrupts the circular cycle of rational discourse, eliminating legitimizing force of democratic discourse. While imminent critique of constraints to free speech through anti-terrorism legislation exposes its potentiality to disrupt the procedural democratic discourse which serves as a dynamo and wellspring of legitimacy, a resolution is contained within the system of law itself. While legislature is primarily engaged in the generation of validity claims that has been sourced and transported from the periphery to the core, the judiciary plays an essential function in maintaining the coherence of norms, addressing terrorism vis-a-vis the corpus of validity claims that shield the system of rights. In the Philippines, this is done by a more vigilant exercise of the court's expanded certiorari power and its rulemaking power. This will require the court to reach out beyond the sluice that separates the core and the periphery and allow rationalizations in the periphery and weak public spheres to inform the court in the application of the law, conscious of the principle of functional separation of powers. The term definitional limbo reflects the persistent ambiguity surrounding the definition of terrorism, which poses significant challenges for democratic governance. Terrorism's inherently complex and evolving nature resists precise categorization, while political, legal, and security considerations further complicate efforts to define it. In the Philippine context, while the Supreme Court has ruled that the definition of terrorism, save the not intended clause, is free from vagueness and overbreadth, its potential as a legitimation filter to legitimize potential abuses by the administrative state while waiting for actual cases filed and adjudicated before it can already pose a danger to the public sphere and its participants. This uncertainty has profound consequences in the public sphere, as vague laws risk chilling free speech and undermining democratic discourse without a clear and precise definition of a nebulous concept. The balance between protecting national security and safeguarding individual rights remain precarious, threatening both public and private autonomy. This highlights the need for legal frameworks grounded in participatory and rational discourse to ensure legitimacy and protect democratic ideals. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Attorney Villanueva. May we now invite Attorney Pasis to take the stage to present her paper.
Recording
Might
in
have first to
progress.
convene.
Good afternoon to all. Our next speaker or presenter will make a presentation on censorship of the press, resistance, and a Carabao. The political landscape of the Philippines through the lens of Calabao in Jess Abrera's Alipin cartoon strips from years 1985 to 2018. Our presenter for today is Dr. Peter Jerome B. Del Rosario. He is an associate professor of the University of the Philippines, Los Baños College of Forestry and Natural Resources. Dr. Peter Jerome Del Rosario is an associate professor of the UP Los Baños College of Forestry and Natural Resources. He holds a Bachelor of Science and a Master of Science degree in Development Communication, majoring in Social Forestry from UPLB. In 2015, he led a Philippine Carabao Center-funded project on carabaos and harvest festivals. He completed his PhD in Philippine Studies at the Tri-College UP Diliman and continued his work on the carabaos as a cultural species and symbol of Filipino resistance. At UPLB, he teaches qualitative research, social forestry, forestry extension, and a course on the life, works, and writings of Rizal. Ladies and gentlemen, let us please welcome Dr. Peter Jerome B. Del Rosario.
Thank you, Dean Villasor, for that introduction. And good afternoon, everyone. I might tend to speak a little fast, but I'll try to ensure to have a good pacing. So I am Peter Jerome Bayot del Rosario from the University of the Philippines, Los Baños, and I am here to present to you a portion of my dissertation. This is titled Censorship of the Press, Resistance and a Carabao, the political landscape of the Philippines through the lens of Calabao in Jess Abrera's Alipin cartoon strips from 1985 to 2018. So for the introduction, political cartoon is a universal instrument of a political dialogue between government and society. It captures any political event or a series of national and global situations and the society's reactions to such events. As earlier mentioned in the plenary speech or plenary session, how do we involve the local communities to participate in a meaningful democratic process? A political cartoon has a very powerful capability. It's a powerful communicative weapon to question authorities and also challenge social mores. It is because the texts within a political cartoon have a criticizing power, but at the same time, the image is also very easy to remember. So in the studies about political cartoons in the Philippines, most are revolving on the themes of political situations like corruption that happens in the Philippines, and animals are used to represent public officials. For example, would be pigs and also crocodiles. But it was very rare for some studies on political cartoons to focus on an anthropomorphic animal. When we say anthropomorphic, it actually has the capability of humans to speak. No, so how do we identify the contribution of an anthropomorphic animal and anthropomorphism in a political cartoon in order to reach out to the masses? So the research objectives are as follows. This paper focuses on how an image of a carabao through Calabao, a satirical, wisecracking animal in the Alipin cartoon strips of Jess Abrera, was utilized to express resistance to the ever-changing political landscape in the Philippines. So it aims to discuss the history of Calabao and Alipin in the Philippine Daily Inquirer. It also aims to discuss the means through which the press was controlled or censored by the different Philippine presidents, and also explain the most dominant social issues Calabao discussed in each presidential term from 1985 to 2018. So for the methodology, I employed a very highly qualitative research design. This follows an interpretive paradigm. For the data gathering methods, I collected Alipin cartoon strips from various sources. One example would be the best of Alipin cartoon strips from 1985 to 2000. This was a collection of the cartoon strips, selected cartoon strips that was published by the Philippine Daily Inquirer. I also downloaded the individual copies of the Philippine Daily Inquirer from Google News and the Ink Plus app of the Philippine Daily Inquirer from 2001 to 2018. Although some of the dailies are not available due to the glitch of the website, or sometimes it is just not available. And then for the analysis of the study, I included those with Calabao and the cartoon strips, but to provide further context on the appearance of Calabao, I also still included the totality of the whole cartoon strips that I was able to collect. I also visited Mr. Jess Abrera in Antipolo. I visited his artist studio and conducted pakikipagkwentuhan. So in Philippine studies, pakikipagkwentuhan is a form of non-invasive interview methodology by which you do not really have a question and answer portion, but you rather try to ask the participant in terms of their narrative or life stories and experiences. So in this case, I asked Mr. Jess Abrera to recount to me his experiences as an activist and as an artist, and when he also started to work in the Philippine Daily Inquirer until the end in 2018. And finally, I did a record review to understand the historical context of all the topics involved in the cartoon strips. So I resorted to online news repositories to identify how are these topics actually relate to the Filipino socio-political situation. For the data analysis, I included the following. First would be a historical analysis, which is a method of situating historical texts within the other texts to widen the understanding of a social phenomenon. So we have to triangulate some of the issues. Also, political landscape analysis by analyzing the relationship between the political actors, primarily the public officials and the Philippine presidents, and how they actually try to censor the mass media and the freedom of the press, and how it relates to the public. And then for the mass media, it's actually representative of Alipin and Calabao. So it serves as the intermediary between the political actors and the public. Also, I conducted a discourse analysis. So this is an analysis of language through written and spoken text to identify the relationships between discourse structure. So in a sense, what I did is a content analysis of all the cartoon strips that I collected, and then I developed my own coding structure, and then provided a historical context of all the contents of the cartoon strips. So I'm just showing a portion of the content analysis that I made. So this one was a sample of the table showing the contents of the chapter McCoy in the best of Alipin cartoon strips. So it's just from page 10 to 13. In one page, there are actually 4 to 6 cartoon strips in the book collection. This one is a sample of the table showing the contents of the cartoon strips from January to February 2003. And finally, this table shows the grouping of the cartoon strips so I can be able to identify as well what is the general themes that were talked about by Alipin and Calabao in a particular presidential administration and the number of cartoon strips that correspond to it. Since the study is a little too wide in scope in terms of delivering what actually has happened in the political landscape of the Philippines concerning freedom of the press and censorship. So I had the following outline. So first would be the censorship of the press. Next would be the return of press freedom, the darling of the press, the renewed conflict, boycott and censorship. Next would be the conjugal attack on the press, the champion of the press, the Punisher's war on press freedom, and finally, Jess Alipin and Calabao's exit on the Philippine Daily Inquirer. So during the time of Marcos, these are the examples of the cartoon strips that pertain to the Marcos period. So during his time, especially through the Marcos Proclamation 1081, we know that it was an attempt to shut down the press and remove press freedom. Female journalists, women journalists are incarcerated, and also professors from different universities who express their dissent are actually subjected to house surveillance. Fortunately, despite the attempt to censor the press, there were resistance underground through underground newspapers, release of socio-political films, DevCom journalism, and alternative media. So it was the time of Marcos when Alipin cartoon strips was born, and also the history of the Philippine Daily Inquirer, because what the Philippine Daily Inquirer did is to actually initially cover what happened on the death of Senator Ninoy Aquino. And eventually, they started to the Egi Apostol, Jessa Brera, and the writers, they are participating in the rallies. They are want to understand what's happening on the ground, and then they will go back to their offices to write their editorials. And the job of Mr. Jessa Brera is to illustrate the editorials and fill the white spaces in the newspaper. So alipin comes from the word alipin. So it's actually alipio alipin, but it was condensed into dot lipin. So alipin means, according to Mr. Jessa Brera, is a slave, because for him, the Filipinos are slave of their own material desires, regardless of your position, if you are a public official or if you are an ordinary citizen. And then later on, he included Calabao. According to him, Calabao is a reference to a pet Carabao that he owned when he was still a teenager. And also, he said that Calabao actually mirrors the ordinary Filipinos in terms of them being very hardworking. So it was in December 21, 1985, when Calabao first appeared in the pages of the Philippine Daily Inquirer. It was a time when an OFW calling from abroad called and said, "Tatang, ibotos mo ni Cory." And then on January 14, 1989, it was the first time that Calabao spoke up and became very anthropomorphic. The topic on this was the extension of the Visiting Forces Agreement, because Calabao and Alipin, or we can say just Abrera, was against the extension of the Visiting Forces Agreement. So since then, for Abrera, Alipin cartoon strip has become responsible for recording history, exposing issues, and standing up for the truth. So, what are the contents of the cartoon strips in the chapter McCoy in the Best of Alipin collection? So there are references to the snap election, which during those times they said was unlikely to happen. There might be election fraud. And if we are to analyze the historical context about it, is actually a reference to Marcos' overconfidence and his lack of awareness of the waning public support. There were also cartoon strips dedicated for the poor people being annoyed with Marcos' plan to run for snap elections, and it's actually a if we can actually interpret it in terms of the masses displaying their agency and also how their anger towards what's happening in the Philippines is transformed into social protest and political grievance. Finally, the Exile to Hawaii series, Mr. Jess Abrera was very wise on what he did in the Exile to Hawaii series that was included in the cartoon strip because he portrayed the Marcos couple talking about their Museum of Excess, Imelda's Edifice Complex, the conjugal dictatorship, but at the same time, Mr. Eberha still exposed that there are a lot of still Marcos loyalist supporters and political allies. During the term of Cory Aquino was the return of press freedom. So she established the Philippine Commission on Good Governance, and she revoked the restrictive policies such as PD 33 and PD 90 to ensure that what happened in the previous administration will not happen. However, she was reported to still have a negative relationship with the press. She was reported to be very strict. She does not want the press to attend without a proper clothing attire. There was even a language on subtle media censorship because Cory Aquino doesn't really want local and foreign news reports to report on the negative side of the Philippines. So her spokesperson once said that they would rather prefer censorship than having all these negative news reports published. And also the infamous libel suit against Luis Beltran, when Luis Beltran alleged that Cory Aquino hid under her bed during a coup attempt. So despite all the political landscape during this time, for Mr. Jazz Abrera, there was actually calmness due to the restoration of democracy and that the journalists, they will not be incarcerated anymore, which was very different from the previous administration. So for him, the comics that he drew in Cory's period are rather cute because of the president's personality. And in fact, the president's personality was shown in the cartoon strips for Tita Cory in the collection. So Tita Cory was shown to be very calm despite the coup attempts, and she had a firm decision to not allow the Marcoses to return. She was also portrayed in the cartoon strip as a global symbol of peace, especially when she appeared in a Time magazine, and also the political stability that she brought when she changed or stopped the dictatorship. Still, regardless of the affinity of Mr. Jazz Abrera with Tita Cory, he also was against Cory's efforts to prolong the military bases. And this was questioned in the Alipin cartoon strips, particularly by Calabao. So we know that this led to the 1991 historic Senate decision regarding the US bases in the Philippines. And finally, Cory and Cardinal Jaime Sin was shown trying to choose among the presidentiables. One of them is, of course, Fidel Ramos. So eventually, Fidel Ramos was chosen by Cory, and it was shown in the cartoon strips that there was a disagreement between Cardinal Jaime Sin and Cory Aquino because Cardinal Jaime Sin do not want to endorse Ramos because of some reasons, such as his probably prior involvement in the dictatorship, and also as a Protestant who supports family planning, artificial family planning, which is contradictory to the one espoused by the Catholic Church. So during the time of Fidel Ramos, he was called Kuya Eddie in the cartoon strips. So Kuya Eddie, we know that he was considered as the darling of the press. He was known to never have attempted to close any mass media organizations. He did not threaten them with allegations of subversion nor ban them in the palace. He was very much welcoming with the press and had a friendly relationship with the press members. He also repealed RA 1700. This was a policy implemented by the former President Carlos Garcia during the Cold War against the Hawks and was instrumentalized by former President Ferdinand Marcos for censorship. So according to Abrera, he was hesitant to draw the cartoon strips for Fidel Ramos because he was known to be short-tempered. He came from the military, and before even he was not yet a president, he walks out during some interviews. But of course, that has changed when he was the president. So for Fidel Ramos, the cartoon strips about him was there were cases of an involvement of a celebrity with the Ramos government and the Wednesday Club. Also, the frequent series of brownouts. Actually, it was recorded to have a 285 brownouts for a year during the time of Fidel Ramos. Heavy traffic and mass layoff. Historically speaking, this actually led for 3 million Filipinos to lose their jobs. There were crime spread, and in the cartoon strips, the uh, public were shown to resist the Ramos administration by saying that the GNP or gross national product actually translates to gutom na Pilipino. And it was communicated in the cartoon strips by Calabao. Also, Cardinal Jaime Sin was shown to criticize the overhyped economic growth of the time of Fidel Ramos, which refers to the 20% of the population actually only occupying the national income. There were also criticisms of Calabao regarding Ramos' frequent trips abroad. But in terms of the public news publication, they actually commended Ramos that despite his trips abroad, he still manages to work with the cabinet by having a long distance telephone call or doing his job while he was still abroad. And finally, Ramos' efforts to extend his term by virtue of PIRMA, but of course it did not materialize. So this was also criticized and laughed out by Calabao because in the cartoon strip, Ramos denies that he wants to extend his term, but he's actually dancing cha-cha in front of the mirror. So during the time of Erap Estrada, this was the boycott and censorship. So it's a renewed conflict. That's how I interpreted it because he had a conflicting statement about the freedom of the press during his SONA. He lashed out against Manila Times in terms of their publication about his alleged involvement regarding the Argentinian power plant that where Erap was supposed to be the unwittingly godfather of that project, and also the advertisement boycott on the Philippine Daily Inquirer because the Philippine Daily Inquirer during the presidential election published an article, anybody but Erap, because they do not, according to the writers, they do not want someone to run for president and become a president who is not aligned to the Catholic virtues. Eventually, Manila Times had a transfer of ownership, which is actually an attempt of Erap to censor the press by going through the back door. And also the advertisement boycott, it actually was instrumentalized by Erap by tapping his entertainment networks. Actually, the Philippine Daily Inquirer that time lost 31,000 US dollars of income. Abrera said that drawing Erap in Alipin is fun because of his frequent eruptions. He usually acts petulant in some Philippine social political situations, but at the same time, Mr. Abrera asked, paano na kaya ang Pilipinas? So during this time, there are references on Erap's background as a college dropout and an action star. In the cartoon strips, Erap was frequently shown challenging the senators for a boxing match. His frequent Carabao English and the eruption, actually this was very instrumental to him winning during this time. His history of extramarital affairs was also included in the Alipin cartoon strips and was laughed out by Calabao. Also, the people in the slums questioning Erap para sa Mahirap campaign because of his aggressive delivery of basic services in form of pork barrel and his incapability to secure the Spratlys Island. For the time of Gloria Arroyo, it was a conjugal attack on the press. Mike Arroyo was popular for his, well, infamous for his filing 50 cases against 40 journalists who wrote about his alleged involvement regarding the rise of power of Gloria Arroyo. And also, in terms of Gloria Arroyo herself, she was known to be very masongic towards the press. She hardly allows ambushed interviews, rarely answered questions, and displayed open contempt against the press. She also implemented Presidential Proclamation 1017, EO 511, and 608, all of which are attempts to censor libelous articles about her. So despite Arroyo's efforts to censor the press, actually, Alipin and the Alipin cartoon strips managed to get through because of its artistic nature. Because who would think that an artistic nature or a cartoon strip would be able to criticize government officials and show resistance against what's happening in the Philippines? Okay. So we can see here Gloria Arroyo's term. There were topics about Gloria's rise to power through EDSA DOS, comparing herself to FPG as a strong candidate during those times, the history of the bloody 2001 riot, which was reference to Arroyo's effort to prevent rallies by having police force, the economic growth largely being concentrated in Metro Manila, and also the destabilization plots about on Arroyo. For the time of, okay, sorry. Okay, for the time of Pinoy, so did he champion a free press? So Pinoy frequently criticized the media, and he lashed out with Noli de Castro. If you remember that he tried to, he mentioned that Noli de Castro criticized NAIA Terminal 1 when that was the time when NAIA Terminal 3 had a number of foreigners going to the Philippines, and also when he judged the kidnap case or the kidnap case of a Burmese boy in the Philippines. So Pinoy actually called for balanced reporting and alternative news reporting because according to him, most of the topics about him written in the mass media are about the flimsy topics about his life and rather should focus on the positive achievements of the country. So Abrera actually used the cartoon strip to make fun of Pinoy and criticize him in terms of his delivery of services in Yolanda, the Apex Summit, the RH Law, and the Noynoying. So in terms of Noynoy Aquino, there are cartoon strips focusing on the difficulties of his presidential transition, the letter of Arroyo to Aquino, it's the economy student, the immigration authorities stopping Arroyo from seeking medical treatment abroad, which is a reference to the long-time feud between Cojuangco Aquino and Arroyo clan, his Noynoying, and also Calabao criticized Pinoy's stand on RH bill because Mr. Abrera was against the artificial methods in family planning. Finally, on the time of Rodrigo Duterte, so it's the Punisher's war on press freedom. So Duterte said that journalists were as such and legitimate targets of assassination. So his feud, for example, with ABS-CBN led to the shutdown of the media giant. His feud with Rappler and Maria Ressa led to the revocation of the company's SEC registration. And also, he accused the Philippine Daily Inquirer owners of incorrect tax payment. Later, Ramon Ang bought the Philippine Daily Inquirer. And Ramon Ang is a business tycoon that was known to have supported Duterte during his candidacy. So Abrera portrayed Duterte with antagonisms, mostly with other public officials. And Calabao, most of the time Calabao served as the conscience of Duterte in the many socio-political situations that's happening in the time of Duterte. So, for example, of the antagonisms, Abrera's advocacy for democracy and faithfulness to Catholicism contradicts Duterte's principles. There were also, it was shown that Calabao is worried that Digong leads the election survey. Also, Duterte's insults to God and was included in the cartoon strip, which is a reference to his negative experiences on the Catholic Church and the CBCP calling him out. There were even, during the times that Duterte has been criticizing the Catholic Church, Calabao was reminding Duterte to be humble in front of God and also to ensure that Duterte will be reminded there were ringing of bells in the cartoon strip, which is also happened in real life. Also, Duterte tells Calabao that he will not walk on the Ang Matuwid, which is a reference. That series of cartoon strip actually showed the difference between Duterte and Aquino's leadership styles. There were also references to Duterte and Arroyo's political relationship, especially when Arroyo advised Duterte to have a public apology regarding what's happening in the Philippines. Duterte's feud with Leila de Lima is also an indication of antagonism with a female figure, particularly how Duterte frequently assassinated the character of de Lima and the accusations on drug involvement. Also, Duterte and Lenny Robredo, it was during the election campaign period. So Duterte's chauvinist character was shown to have a contradiction with Lenny Robredo's characteristics. And finally, Duterte's feud with Trillanes. It happened when Trillanes investigated Duterte's wealth. So in the December 2018, it was informed to Mr. Abrera that it will be the last month for his Alipin cartoon strips to be published in the Philippine Daily Inquirer. So what Mr. Abrera did is to publish a series of cartoon strips he referred to as the Bye Bye series. This series of Alipin cartoon strips show what is the most memorable in each of the presidential administration. So for example, the Never Again during the time of Marcos, the return of democracy during the time of Cory Aquino, the Philippines 2000 of Fidel Ramos, and of course, ERAP Bigyan Action Star, the Hello Garcia scandal of Gloria Arroyo, the efforts of Pinoy for the Ang Matuwid, and also the time of Duterte. So it was during the time of Duterte that Philippine Daily Inquirer stopped the publication of Alipin. So we can see here that Calabao was shown to punch, Duterte was shown to punch Calabao. And then dun sa second, dito sa second frame, it was shown that Calabao ended up on top of Alipin. And they were actually complaining that after all the efforts that we have done for sure since 1985. This is what happened to us. But despite this, Mr. Abrera has become very much optimistic. He mentioned that regardless of what's happening, he will remain an artist ng bayan forever and that he will continue his legacy to record history and stand up for truth despite him not working anymore in the Philippine Daily Inquirer. So for the conclusion of the thought process of how the Alipin cartoon strips was done, how Calabao was inserted, and also how can we actually help the readers when they read a cartoon strips, how can we make them realize that there are discourse behind these cartoon strips. So the first would be the identification of a social issue, because of course we have to identify what is the topic about the Philippine socio-political situation that was pertained to in the cartoon strips. Next would be the identification of the basis for resistance, because any cartoonists have their own basis for resistance. As in the case of Mr. Jess Abrera, what I did is to identify through our pakikipagkwentuhan, through his interviews with other personalities about his basis for resistance. It's actually three. It could be his religious conviction, it could be his moral conviction, or the nationalist conviction. In terms of his religious conviction, in terms of his religious conviction, throughout all the interviews and the cartoon strips, we can see that Mr. Jess Abrera espouses the Catholic ideals, Catholic values and beliefs, because he is a devout Catholic, and her wife, actually, a former dean in UP Diliman, is also a catechist. So most of the times, there are topics like overpopulation, artificial family planning, the use of condoms, IUD, that were resisted by Calabao in the Alipin cartoon strips by telling other characters that you should not pursue these types of artificial family planning. There also was a discussion of overpopulation as a myth, just to justify his idea about those topics, tapping on his religious conviction. In terms of moral conviction, so since Mr. Abrera is a political activist and an artist, and also he has witnessed human rights abuse, particularly during the time of uh, Marcos, we can see that he taps mostly on the moral conviction. So whenever the public officials commit the PDAP scandal, for example, or the extrajudicial killing, he expresses through Calabao his resistance against these topics. And finally, in the nationalist conviction, in terms of his love for the nation, it is very evident why he usually contradicts the efforts to extend the visiting forces agreement and the EDCA, and also the importance of securing the West Philippine Sea. Finally, when he taps the basis for resistance, there would be the expression of resistance. And that is very much observable by virtue of pagpapahiwatig. According to Magay, pagpapahiwatig is a Filipino culture of mediation, in a sense that you are not actually resisting directly, but rather you are expressing it in a subtle form, because that is how Filipinos actually express their resistance. So sometimes we can see Calabao communicating to the readers about the masses situation, asking the readers what to do. Sometimes Calabao calls to action, or sometimes Calabao participates in the cartoon strips, rallies, and protests. So for the political landscape, what I was able to identify in terms of the psikolohiyang Pilipino values that was espoused in the Alipin cartoon strips are pagpapakumbaba, pagrereklamo, and pakikipagkapwa. So Calabao was in the middle of it all, because Calabao actually ensures that he would be able to communicate pagpapakumbaba, pagrereklamo, at pakikipagkapwa. Among the characters that Calabao interacted with are the masses and the working class. So there is a solid line in the framework, because pagrereklamo and pagpapakumbaba was shown in the cartoon strips. In terms of the activists and protesters in the cartoon strip, it's a more solid line, because the pagrereklamo is more overt by participating in the rallies and their pakikipagkapwa. For the public officials, it's a broken line indicating that they are not actually showing this because of the many records of injustices that they have actually brought to the country. So for the implications of the study, artistic forms of expression such as cartoon strip resist censorship and other attempts to restrict press freedom. And it must be included in the legal protections to safeguard the artists. There was also recurring censorship efforts of the president suggests that there is a systemic issue of limiting press freedom to stifle dissent, because it has happened from the time of 1985 to 2018. It also proves that FOE is an inalienable and a fundamental right. Finally, I hope that freedom of expression would be mixed with psikolohiyang Pilipino and Philippine history. For example, in terms of public administration in the Philippines, in Singapore, they had a good public administration, and public officials were very much close to their Buddhism and Confucian values. The Japanese, they are very much honest as a public official, and when they are discovered to commit crime, they have the seppuku, or they either resign from work. But in the Philippines, it's not the case. Perhaps if we are to integrate psikolohiyang Pilipino and the values therein that was espoused in Alipin cartoon strips and other authors, I still have some more to mention, like Vicente Villan's Psikolohiya ng Kaloobang Bayan and Psikolohiya ng Paglilingkod Bayan. I'll tell it probably later. Perhaps we can have a better public administration that is exercising the freedom of speech and human rights in the Philippines. So I want to acknowledge Mr. Jesus Jess Abrera, Alipin and Calabao, and all the members of the press who fought for press freedom. So that is all. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon again, everyone. We respectfully acknowledge the presence of Senior Associate Justice Marvic Leonen and Associate Justice Mario V. Lopez. To continue with our program this afternoon, I would like to introduce the third and the last, but definitely not the least, speaker. She is a court attorney in the Office of Justice Mario V. Lopez. She earned her Bachelor of Arts in Social Sciences, major in Economics, minor in Political Science from the University of the Philippines. She earned her Bachelor of Laws at the San Beda College, which is now known as San Beda University. After passing the bar examinations, she specialized in intellectual property law. Ladies and gentlemen, your honors, may I now call on Attorney Erica M. Alfonso.
Thank you, George, for that introduction. And before I start with my presentation, I just want to thank Senior Associate Justice Leonen and my ever supportive boss, Justice Mario V. Lopez. So, again, good afternoon, everyone. And I will be the last presenter for today's session. And my paper, entitled Self-Regulation, A Challenge to Freedom of Expression, examines how internet intermediaries' content regulation affects freedom of expression in the Philippine setting. So our discussion will be divided into 4 parts. First, we will discuss the exercise of freedom of expression in this digital age, and the second part covers internet intermediaries and their role in promoting and restricting freedom of expression. So for the third part, we will examine the state of internet intermediary liability in the Philippines. And for the last part, we will sum up our discussion and the way forward. So, Article 19 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights provides that the right of freedom of expression does not only include the right to hold opinions without interference, it also includes the right to seek, receive, and impart information and ideas through any media and regardless of frontiers. And so, for the past 5 years, we have witnessed the transition from the traditional media to new media. So, wait, I just want to ask whether we experience the life before internet, right? You can all relate to me. Transistor radios and the television sets before the smart TVs. Okay, I'm safe. And so, the prevalence of the internet, the rise of online platforms, and the availability of other digital tools altered our society's information and communication contract, in a sense that the people no longer rely on traditional media outlets to get information and to express their opinions. And the internet also provides us with the more interactive communication medium. And so, let's now proceed to the unique features of the internet. So, the merging of different communication modes, the adaptive architecture, and infinite digital storage capacity facilitated the democratization of freedom of expression. So, the internet expanded the number and access to media platforms and the potential for expression. So, this encourages the exercise of freedom of expression and broadens the reach of information. And now, the democratization of freedom of expression increases the people's ability to find and receive information. It also provides opportunity to create and share content. However, the abuse of this opportunity can lead to cheap speech and the proliferation of unverified statements. So unlike traditional media, the new media allows the person to publish their thoughts without adhering to any ethical standards. So there are no editors and there are no gatekeepers. So despite the primacy given to freedom of expression, its exercise is not without limitations. So this brings us to the requirements of a valid restriction to freedom of expression. So what are these requirements? So under the Article 19, Paragraph 3 of the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, there are two. One is legality and second is necessity. So to be valid, the restriction must be provided by law, and it should be necessary for the protection of the national security, public order, public health, or morals, and for the respect of the rights or reputation of others. So, what is the relationship between freedom of expression and internet intermediaries? So, internet intermediaries play a special role in facilitating and protecting the rights of free expression and privacy because, first, they control the platforms on which users can communicate or share and receive ideas and information. And second, they have access to user-generated content and other user information. And next, we now go to the definition of internet intermediaries. So the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development proposes the following definition of internet intermediaries. The first part provides for the basic function of internet intermediaries, which is to bring together or facilitate transactions between third parties on the internet. The second part enumerates the more specific functions of intermediaries, which are to give access to, host, transmit, and index content, products, and services originated by third parties on the internet. And then the third part contemplates other internet-based services available to third parties. So under our laws, or the Republic Act number 11930, or the Anti-Online Sexual Abuse or Exploitation of Children and Anti-Child Sexual Abuse or Exploitation Materials Act, it defines internet intermediaries as persons or entities that provide infrastructure, platforms, access to, and host, transmit, and index content, products, and services originated by third parties on the internet. So as you notice, this is the second part of the proposed definition of the OECD. So let's now move on to the different kinds of internet intermediaries. So the OECD classifies 6 kinds of internet intermediaries, which our law also adopted. So the first one will be the internet service providers, or the ISPs. The second one would be the data processing and web hosting providers, or cloud computing platforms. The third one would be the internet search engines and portals. The fourth one would be the e-commerce intermediaries. The fifth one would be the internet payment system. And the last one will be the participative networking platform. So my paper focuses on the sixth kind of internet intermediary, which is the participative networking platform. And now to further examine how intermediaries affect freedom of expression, we will be discussing the following aspect. First would be the liability of internet intermediaries for user-generated content. The second one would be the forms of regulation, and the third one would be the modes of restriction adopted by internet intermediaries. So for the liability, we have 3 kinds of models. So for the first one, we have the blanket or the strict liability model, which is the most restrictive model because intermediaries are being held liable regardless of their awareness of the illegality of the content. And so they have to do an active monitoring to avoid liability. So the second model would be the safe harbor or the conditional liability, which requires knowledge of the illegality of the content before the intermediaries can be held liable. And so proactive monitoring is not required. For the third model, we have the general immunity or the broad immunity, which under this model, intermediaries are exempt from liability. So monitoring and taking down of illegal content is not necessary. So we now go to the forms of regulation. So the forms of regulation depends on the degree of the government's involvement in the regulation process. So we have the self-regulation. My paper focuses on the self-regulation, So what is self-regulation? So the OECD describes self-regulation as a regulation that occurs when non-government actors coordinate their conduct in order to respond to policy objectives or forestall regulation. So an example of the self-regulation model is the setting and enforcement of intermediaries' terms of service to which the user must agree to use the intermediary services. So we now proceed to the modes of restriction. So intermediaries can adopt mode of restrictions based on at the network level or at the platform level. So my paper focuses on the platform level mode of restriction. So we have the removal of content, the blocking of users' access, and the deactivation of user accounts. So this is an example of the taking down of content or restriction of content. So this is the Colombian police cartoon case, which is decided by the oversight board. So the content involved is a cartoon resembling the official crest of the National Police of Colombia, depicting three figures in police uniform holding batons over their heads. So they appear to be kicking and beating another figure who is lying on the ground with blood beneath their head. So the cartoon was posted by a user in September 2020. And after 16 months, or in January 2022, Facebook removed it because it matched with an image in a media matching service bank. So the company or Meta added the image in the bank, and this resulted to a mass removal of the image. So this case only shows that Meta's overregulation can restrict freedom of expression. So we now proceed to examine how internet intermediaries' content regulation affects the exercise of freedom of expression in the Philippines, using the three aspects that we have just discussed. So for the first aspect, we will determine the liabilities of intermediaries under the relevant laws to determine the model of liability. So right now, we have at least 5 laws affecting internet intermediaries in the Philippines. So the first one would be the E-commerce Act, which defines intermediaries and service providers, and only provide for the liability of the service provider. And it also covers unlawful and infringing content. So the second law would be the Cybercrime Prevention Act, which defines service providers and provides for their liability. It only covers traffic data and other subscribers' information. So for the third law, we have the Free Internet Access in Public Places Act, which defines internet service providers and imposes an obligation on internet service providers. So the more recent laws would be Republic Act number 11930 and the Internet Transactions Act. So RA number 11930 defines or provides a more comprehensive definition of internet intermediaries and enumerates the kinds of internet intermediaries. However, it only provides for it provides the duties and responsibilities and additional duties for ISPs and PSPs. However, it only covers child sexual abuse and exploitation materials. Meanwhile, the Internet Transactions Act defines digital platforms and e-marketplaces. So as we know, digital platforms and e-marketplaces are kind of e-commerce intermediaries. It also enumerates the obligations of digital platforms and e-marketplaces, but it only covers postings of infringing, prohibited, injurious, unsafe, or dangerous goods or services. So when it comes to violation of laws involving online content, knowledge or illegality of the content is required under our laws. So for the e-commerce act, the law exempts an ISP from liability if it has no knowledge of the illegality of the content. Meanwhile, for the Cybercrime Prevention Act, the non-preservation of data constitutes a violation of the law. And the Free Internet Access in Public Places Act provides that non-compliance with the minimum standards of quality service also constitutes a violation of the law. And for RA number 11930, intermediaries who knowingly publish, transmit, and broadcast child sexual abuse and exploitation materials will also be held liable. And I just want to emphasize that there should be knowledge on their part. And it is also a violation for internet intermediaries to fail to block access to, remove, or take down these materials within 24 hours upon receipt of notice. And same with the Internet Transactions Act, the failure of the internet intermediary to expeditiously remove or disable access to listings or offer upon receipt of the takedown notice also constitutes a violation of the law. And so a review of the relevant provisions of this law reveals that our laws affect particular kinds of intermediaries and it only refers to particular fields of regulation. So because of this policy gap, internet intermediaries are often resort to self-regulation to avoid possible liabilities. So this becomes more apparent when we examine their terms of service. So for the first terms of service, we can see that the social network platform employs first the removal or restricting of access to the content, and second, the suspension or disabling the user account. Then the second part suggests that the social network can remove the content without notice to the user or without any court order. So notice will only be given after the removal of the content. So for the second sample, so an additional mode of restriction, which is the restriction of access by the user, restriction of access by stopping to provide all or part of the service. And as you can see, the last sentence provides for one of the reasons why internet intermediaries like social networks resort to notice and take down as a mode of restriction. And that is to avoid any potential liability on their part. And so a review of the sample terms confirms that the social network platforms adopts these three kinds of restriction. So we now finally we will consider how social networking platforms enforce their terms of service. So in 2020, Meta removed 64 Facebook user accounts, 32 pages, and 33 Instagram accounts for violating their policy against foreign or government interference. So this only shows that social networks can act and remove accounts as a response to reports by private parties or private individuals. So although Meta publishes reports on these removals, the report does not really contain any details of the investigation. It is also unclear whether Meta gave notice to its users before removing their accounts. So a review of the social network's terms of service and recent events showed that they implement the notice and takedown scheme in enforcing their terms of service. So unlike a notice scheme where the user is notified of the report against him or her, under the notice and takedown scheme, the The notice to the user comes after the removal of the content. So this only shows that the removal of a lawful content is not far-fetched. So, conclusion. So internet intermediaries, particularly social networks, undeniably provide the public with new platforms to exercise their right to freedom of expression. However, the inadequacy of legislation defining their duties, responsibilities, and liabilities in the Philippines forces them to self-regulate and take down user-generated content without proper notice to its users. So given this, I believe we should focus on providing adequate laws and establishing a more responsive framework to minimize the uncertainties regarding internet intermediary liability. So cooperation and collaboration between the regulators and the intermediaries should also be encouraged in policy development. So to end my presentation, I just want to stress that the state and the internet intermediaries may have the same goal of ensuring the safety of its users online. However, they are driven by different reasons. At the end of the day, internet intermediaries are companies whose decisions are meant to protect their businesses. We cannot expect them to pursue public interest at the expense of their own business interests. It is the state's primary duty to protect the public and the fundamental rights of its people. So thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, Attorney Erica Alfonso, for that very comprehensive discussion on your topic. We are now ready to take questions from the floor. Anybody? Are there any written questions? Okay. Maybe I should ask questions myself, if you don't mind. Okay. Because every time we are here in TJAP, we have a seminar, I always think about SPJI. It's always a part of any seminar or conference. And may I direct this question to Judge Velasco? So the SPJI is a plan of action anchored on the constitutional mandate of the judiciary to deliver speedy and equal justice for all. And it follows 4 guiding principles to address institutional challenges, one of which is to deliver justice that is technology adaptive. Okay. So part of the plan is to make use of AI applications already being used in other countries, such as AI-enabled legal research tools and AI-enabled voice-to-text transcription. So hypothetically, when AI generates content for legal research, to whom do we attribute authorship?
Check. Okay. Thank you, Judge Moy, for that very difficult question. I will try to answer it, but I'm not sure if the answer I'm going to be giving you is just going to be a bunch of more questions. There is a theory right now that speech generated by AI is the speech of its developers. And the reasoning behind this is twofold. First, AI speech is developer speech because it is the developers who curate or who select the training data. And so they have a lot of they have a lot of hand in deciding what the AI knows. And then the second reason is that because AI speech also can be attributed to developers in the sense that developers really are the ones who write down the code. And the code determines how the AI works. It's problematic, though, to just take this hook, line, and sinker because of what we now know as AI hallucinations. Or these are instances where the AI comes up with content that the developers did not intend. They may not have even realized that this is something that the AI would do when they wrote the code or when they chose the data to feed it. So it's very hard to attribute that or to just accept this theory. Maybe I could also reframe the question. So it's, can authorship of legal research be attributed to AI? Of course, there are going to be IP implications in this respect because, after all, if we are using AI only as a research tool, then it's just a supercharged Google. It's a search engine. It just organizes content in such a way that it speaks to us in the way that large language models do. It speaks to us like a natural person. But it's no different if we use it that way from Google listing down websites or articles where we can get our legal research. Another way to think about it is I think there should be some effort in dissecting the process or the role of AI in that whole enterprise. Apart from just being a tool for research, is there any adoption of the speech that it generates? And what is the level of adoption? Is it verbatim? Is it just taking in what's salient and leaving and disregarding what is garbage? So again, there's more questions than answers in this respect. But in any case, I think that there should be considerable effort in trying to figure out how AI factors into our systems in the judiciary. And there should be sufficient safeguards as well. These are third party applications. What are they going to be privy to? What is, or it could be baked in as well into the agreement between the licensor and the licensee. So we could just agree that everything that the AI generates when we use it for research is going to be validated by the humans working in the judiciary, and it's going to be our authorship that prevails. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Judge. I have another question, unless there's a question from the floor. Okay. Oh, Judge.
Thank you. This is just a comment because we have to put in context. Let me clarify that we have not yet deployed artificial intelligence, but we are on the cusp of deploying artificial intelligence first with respect to voice to text programs. So this is for purposes of transcripts. And we have vetted a few applications, and the most viable application is called Scriptix, which we are procuring. And we have tested this this app with all the divisions of the Sandigan Bayan and several trial courts, and we have found that it is 95% up accurate. Okay. However, before deployment, we are currently evolving a governance framework for the use of artificial intelligence in the judiciary. So that's one. And we are hoping to come out with the framework
before the next NBank deliberations on January 14, that early. But we are going to build on an existing governance framework discussed by the Council of ASEAN Chief Justices. It's already existing. So there is a guideline suggested to members of the various judiciaries that are members of the CACJ, Council of ASEAN Chief Justices, which, by the way, the Chief Justice of the Philippines is now chairing for the year 2025 that forum. Okay. So before we deploy AI, there are a few elements that we have to be concerned about. So this is not yet in the guideline, but these are the emerging principles. Number one, transparency. And transparency means that it is very clear that it is using artificial intelligence and what kind of artificial intelligence. Because when you talk about AI, and it is in some of the papers, there are different kinds. There is cognition, there is processing, there is generative AI, there is autonomous agent, there is recursive learning, and all of that. Okay, so we have to be transparent. But apart from being transparent, I think in the Philippines, we might require legibility. What is legibility? That it does not remain a black box, that our tech personnel, and in fact, some judges or lawyers that can understand artificial intelligence can see the code. Nowadays, it is not programs or the logical programs that's important. It is what is called the APIs. Okay, what is used in order to be able to construct the AI. We were presented with court management apps, which we are about to pilot again in January. This December, we are customizing court management apps that will be deployed to trial courts. And the vendor that we have engaged for a proof of concept has deployed artificial intelligence already. In other words, the judge can summarize the pleadings. The judge can summarize the pleadings with the evidence. However, we are holding on deploying that. So what the judge will see is only the digital documents. We are holding on that, again, because we want to check whether it's going to be consistent with the governance framework that the Supreme Court will issue. Okay, so just to tell you that we are aware that these are some of the principles: transparency, legibility. The second one is what the good judge has mentioned: accountability. We have to be clear who is accountable for the use of artificial intelligence, including whether or not the Supreme Court will be accountable for intellectual property violations. That's the tricky part. Okay. However, easily, whenever any judge uses artificial intelligence, it has to be part of the footnote. Whenever any court attorney in any part of the appellate courts will use artificial intelligence for even a memoranda, it has to be part of the notes. And of course, we might deploy what the universities, what I know in the University of the Philippines, they are deploying Turnitin, several apps to discover whether artificial intelligence is there. It has been suggested that to prevent plagiarism, we go back to handwriting, pero sobra na yun. Okay? Kasi to ask, for example, the third presenter to submit a memoranda to Justice Mario Lopez in her own handwriting is a bit cruel. Can you imagine her paper being handwritten first before it was actually typed? Third is fairness and non-discrimination. Fourth is privacy and data protection. Fifth is human agency and oversight. So even with the voice to text, always the stenographer or interpreter will go over it. And then before it is distributed to the parties, the judge must approve before it is actually delivered. Security and safety, that it does no harm, weighed against the benefits that we will use for the AI, lawfulness, and inclusivity are also considerations. There is no time to discuss all of these elements, but just to tell you that the Supreme Court is aware that it is this complex, and therefore we need to be able to review it. The papers that have been submitted are very good, And the reason why we chose it, yes, we read all the papers. We chose it because these kinds of discussions are going to happen. So the last presentation is very interesting because instead of statute, I think that in the very near future, the Supreme Court will be engaged in discussing what are the frameworks in order to guide the legislature. Okay? Sa totoo lang, sometimes you cannot wait for the political departments to actually legislate. For one, because next year, they will be focused on elections and then budget. Di ba? And then after that, maybe impeachment, I do not know. But then these things are happening. And if these things are happening, sooner or later, there's going to be some concern out there. Okay. Just a point which I noticed. In the regulation of internet intermediaries, the liability is often, there is a sort of a haven. There's always liability for intellectual property, one, violation. Number two, child pornography. Okay. And the third one is, I forgot the third one. Okay. But if you take a look at it, these are the interests of corporations. Intellectual property, they are concerned about what they can earn from their creative work. Okay. And we can reach a time when the concepts, the basic platforms of artificial intelligence can also be copyrighted. And because it's copyrighted, it will not be free for all. Okay, but again, that one. Child pornography, of course, easily because it is something that will occupy a lot of space within the internet. You know, a lot of technologies were developed because of pornography. Video on demand, for example, can be traced back to pornography. Okay? I am told, so hearsay sa akin yon, just to be clear. Double hearsay because Justice Mario told me. Okay? So, double hearsay. And Justice Mario learned it from another justice. So, triple hearsay. So, just a point. So, therefore, when the Supreme Court will take a look at it, eto bang safe havens? From the original Section 230 of the Communications Decency Act, which gave general immunity to platforms. Kasi sa US, ang sinasabi nila, when you are a platform, like for example, Google, etc., you are immune. You are not responsible for it. Therefore, the onus is on the social media company to actually take a look at it. Or it is what has been presented by the speakers. It is voluntary on the part of Meta to actually moderate. And when it's voluntary on the part of Meta, you can have X has Elon Musk. Okay? Amazon has Bezos. Okay? Meta has, anong pangalan niya? Si Mark Zuckerberg. And if you look at the outcomes, kuminsan, the anti-terrorist criticisms, CPP-NPA, I saw CPP-NPA in your slide, etc. And I don't know if we can trust. And therefore, the Supreme Court, and in a proper pleading filed by one of you, you should help the Supreme Court find the right framework. Okay? So lastly, my point is, the Supreme Court by itself will not develop the framework. Kasi unang-una, the burden is on the petitioners and the respondent to shape it. Okay? Alangan naman sa amin lahat. But as in truth, you know, in my 12 years in the Supreme Court, sometimes, kating-kati kami na sabihin sa petitioner, bakit yan lang ang pinakita mo? Okay? Bakit hindi mo kina-question equal protection dito sa adultery? Okay? Ang kina-question mo lang, acquittal. Pero hindi mo nire-raise ito. We are so tempted to go beyond our jurisdiction, our concept of deferential judicial review. That's why a while ago I said, do we have the duty to be more positive with judicial review? Except that in our minds, we know who we are, the 15. And the 15 can change. In 2030, 2032, 2036, it will be a very different Supreme Court. Who knows who the people will be in terms of the Supreme Court? But of course, when you really think about it, by 2030, wala na. End of the world na tayo because of climate change. So wala nang problema, di ba? Or nuclear disaster. Just a contribution to the discussion. Thank you.
Oh, thank you so much for that clarification, Saj Leonen. Maybe there will be more goddesses in Paura in the near future. Is there a question from the floor? Yes.
An observation. Question and an observation. I am Cyril Regalado from Iloilo, RTC. Just a comment for Saj Leonen. Sir. Actually, there's a book written by Google engineers. It's called the title is A Billion Wicked Thoughts, and they said that the biggest driver of internet development was and is porn. So now I would like to ask the question. How I think the common discussion from the three resource persons are the gradient of regulation, no? From the most liberal to the most restrictive. My question is, how would prior restraint play out in this particular discussion in the development of the regulatory framework for online platforms in expression?
Your Honor, to whom are you addressing the question? To all three of
To
them?
any because I think that's the common thread that they presented.
Okay. Would anyone want to go first to answer the question of Judge? Jennifer Con. Thank you.
Okay, so there's a like Saj explained. We have to first you identify. I guess that's the first step. What's the framework here? What's the content in question? Is it for example, in my presentation, there's a clear difference between general online content or e-commerce content. If it's online content in general, such as speech, such as, for example, even lawful but awful speech like disinformation, that's protected speech, and you apply all the applicable constitutional principles there, like prior restraint. But there are also zones where zones or frameworks where you apply different laws. And that was the point of my paper. In e-commerce, if you have, it's everything is content, but if the content is trying to sell a product, you apply different rules. Now you apply you can apply, as Judge Ivy said, product liability. You can apply more more concepts that lend more to regulation or taking down the dangerous content online. So I guess that's the challenge there. What's the framework? So any more comments from other presenters?
Just a more generic comment on the frameworks that we hope to formulate and adopt. It's very important that when we are thinking about this, when we are thinking about speech that we don't want out there, we also reconcile this as a public, as members of a society, with our values as a collective. I think that's a very important task, because we can't just be adopting any framework that we see out there and saying, this is going to work for us, without examining where we are and where we want to go. So there must be a consensus, however rough the way is to get there, as to what we want our society to be, in order for us to be able to shape our laws in terms not only of jurisprudence but of legislation. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge Velasco. Yes.
Just to add to the discussion, Judge. So, I really agree with the paper of Attorney Forcon, because we cannot adopt a horizontal approach, because we have to consider the type of content. So, For example, the pornographic materials under RA 11930, there is a provision that a private citizen can report a pornographic content, and the internet intermediary can immediately take down, or rather, it is the duty of the internet intermediary to take down that kind of content within 24 hours from the receipt of the notice. And as you can see, there is no it is a notice and takedown. It is not a notice and notice scheme. So, as compared to the Internet Transactions Act, there is no the DTI secretary has the power to issue a takedown notice. However, it is not clear whether um, there's no specific provision that a private citizen can file a report, and there's no clear provision whether the intermediary is duty bound to take down those kinds of listings or offerings. So I think we really have to consider the nature of the content when it comes to adopting a specific framework.
Thank you very much. Oh, we have another comment or question from Saj.
Sorry. After this, I'll shut up.
No, we welcome it.
Okay. Now, all these regulations can be the approach, okay, that a petition can take later is to question all of these regulations in the light of the constitutional provision in Article 3, Section 4. And Article 3, Section 4 can be approached, number one, when you take the bar. When you take the bar, you have to be doctrinal. The other approach is not taking the bar, but real life. When we are so concerned about the concepts that we know in terms of the doctrine for the bar exams not being already responsive to the times. Okay, so remember, Article 3, Section 4 is different from what the United States provisions are, the First Amendment. The First Amendment is Congress shall pass no law abridging the freedom of speech. That's all. But our provision is different. Our provision is no law shall be passed abridging the freedom of speech or of the press or of expression, tatlo. Or to abridge the right of the people to assemble and petition the government for redress of grievances. Dun tayo sa first, tatlo yan. So speech, the press, expression. So my question has always been, and I've written this in several opinions, are our tests for freedom of expression similar when we say speech, press, and expression? Because expression is different. Press is different. And press means accountability of government. And speech is a catch-all phrase. So iba-iba ba yan? Okay, now, we are trained to always look at the categories that are given to us in law school. And the categories are not consistent. The first thing that you need to ask, there is a dichotomy, prior restraint ba to o subsequent punishment? And if it's prior restraint, heavy burden of unconstitutionality, that's the next doctrine, and there are exceptions like espionage and national security. Okay. Pag subsequent punishment, you go through the gamut of the evolution of first dangerous tendency, and then clear and present danger, then clear and present danger of a gravest evil, tapos yung Brandenburg test. Okay, and we are now in the incitement test. That's Lagman versus Executive Secretary. That is the case of the anti-terrorism law, etc. Okay, so that progression, subsequent punishment. But there is another test. If you are blind to that, for example, nag-absent kayo sa Constitutional Law 2, and narinig nyo, the next test is this content or is this content or is this content neutral? Reyes versus Bagatsing. Is this time, place, and manner, or is this regulation of the content? Because if this is time, place, and manner, then you have 3 tests, 3 questions, and if it falls within that, it does not fall within freedom of expression doctrines. Okay? But note that you can apply the first set of dichotomy and the second set of dichotomy. And in fact, if you look at our jurisprudence, kuminsan ito, kuminsan yon. Okay? There is a third one, marami pa, pero just to highlight that we are set in our framework sometimes. The third one is there are forms of speech that is not speech, that is not protected by speech or expression. Hate speech, number one. Number two, pornography, child pornography. Okay? And the third one is national security. Okay? So when you look at those, even though it is content that you are regulating, for so long as it's pornography, it's not even speech. For long as it's hate speech, it is not there. Okay, my question is, are we comfortable with those three, given the kind of speech that we are now trying to tackle? Online speech, ephemeral. Ephemeral, but at the same time, not forgotten. Kasi dati, when you are libeled in a newspaper, for a while, you have to suffer it. Pero nasa papel yan eh. And then later on, pambalot na lang yan ng tilapia. Makakalimutan na lang kayo. And whoever is using the newspaper to wrap tilapia, ano ba English ng tilapia? Because this is recorded. Fish. Okay. I don't know what kind of fish. Vegan ako eh. So, mababasa na lang nila, di ba? But now, you are cyber libeled. It's there forever. But then on the other hand, if we use the test of cyber libel, and I've also pointed this in my separate opinion, kaya okay lang nasabihin ko ngayon to, it is so unlimited that it can be so unforgiving to the person who is being accused of cyber libel. I will not mention any case. I will just mention mine, Tulfo versus People, okay, which the Supreme Court, the other members of the court also upheld. Our division, when we acquitted Senator Tulfo, etc. But my point again is, are we comfortable with this framework? We are grasping at the technical issues of intermediaries in the internet, so a few forms. But eventually, somebody will raise that and say, this is prior restraint. This is subsequent punishment. And then, will the court be so creative and say that we are now evolving a new framework of freedom of expression or freedom of the press or freedom of speech? Okay? But guess what? Ulitin ko, hindi lang kami. Okay? You put the burden on the court to develop the doctrine, but in reality, you know, it's shaped by the petitioners. Okay? Just to put pressure on the judges who are here, kay judge. I will repeat the case mentioned by the chief. ENOT versus Intermediate Appellate Court. YNOT versus Intermediate Appellate Court. Ponente, Cruz, Isagani. GR number, hindi ko alam. Okay. But it did say it chided a judge who refused to rule on the constitutionality of an issue because the judge said this is only for the Supreme Court. And the court reminded the judge, you look at certiorari, you look at prohibition, it's concurrent. So therefore, we are awaiting a creative, intellectual, courageous judge. Bakit courageous? Kasi kung ma-reverse siya, goodbye promotion. Pero kung ma-uphold siya, he will forever or she will forever be in our jurisprudence. Because the case will be X versus judge. Ano ang pangalan nyo, Judge? Okay. But the point is that we are also hoping that it will be developed by a judge that has attended this symposium and then bothered by it for a period of 2-3 years. Okay? And that case will be what they will use for his or her promotion. Malay mo, baka MTC to Supreme Court kagad. Never been, kasi intellectual siya. Okay? Remember, learned hand that developed the Brandenburg test. It was not Holmes. It was Learned Hand. Masses Publishing was a court of appellate court justice. Okay, just to inspire that. And also to inspire the court attorneys. Within our chambers, we also rely on the intellectual output of our court attorneys. Okay? Kala nyo kami lang. Okay? The truth is, it's a collective effort. Because the court attorneys, you see the research of the court attorney of Justice Mario Lopez. Okay, he approves of everything that she has said so far. Sabi niya sa akin. Okay? Pinipilit ko lang, nagmamanifest ako. So, ano to. But the point there is, again, it contributes to that. And guess what? Our court attorneys look at publications out there. So maybe Judge Ivy and Mike Chu's publication in the PhilJA journal will be used by a justice. And then, of course, maybe the transcript of this discussion. So magsalita lang kayo na magsalita. We are recording this, by the way. May audio. And then we will transcribe it. And guess what? It will be AI that will transcribe. And then, malay nyo, baka gagamit kami ng AI to summarize. Okay? Thank you.
Okay, thank you once again, Saj Leonen. Okay, well, let's ask our, is there another question from the floor? Yes, please.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Afternoon.
I'm interested in the topic on assigning for AI-generated speech or conduct. Hello. Now, who are the parties involved in the development and operation of an AI system? We have for the development, we have the developers and or manufacturers, and of course, the programmers. And in the operation of an AI system, we have the users or the operators. And there is also another party, which is the organization that caused the development of an AI system. Okay, now, so if the AI generates a harmful speech or conduct, who should be held responsible? Are we going to hold all these parties responsible?
Thank you. Is that the entirety of the question?
Yes, I have a follow-up.
Oh, okay. Did you want your follow-up?
No,
now?
after you answer my
answer.
question.
Okay. So as we said earlier, there is a host of possible speakers or possible locations of liability when we're talking about AI-generated speech or conduct. And it's not just the developers. There are also, for instance, data scientists who may be looking into it. I mentioned earlier, there are human computational and crowdsourcing experts who are also looking to develop frameworks or standards about keeping our data clean and accurate and validated. So it's also them. And then there is also a possibility where the prompter, the originator of the prompt that gets fed into the system, is not the publisher of the content that the AI generates. So there are a lot of possibilities. And in our paper, we did not really attempt to give a definitive categorical answer that, it's the end user or it's the developer, because there are a lot of considerations. We did discuss theories on why it could be the developer, why it could be the end user, and then we went into the pros and cons of that. But echoing what Saj Leonin said earlier, if we ever adopt, when we adopt rather a framework of this, are we going to be comfortable with it? And comfort in this sense, I think, must be, again, reconciled with where we want to go, what are our objectives, and what are our values. What do we want to keep? What do we want to change? And how do we make this happen? There is also the pragmatic side of it. And Judge Tabor and I actually were earlier discussing about the difficulty of enforcement. If ever we do find who is liable, and say it's a big tech company, how do we enforce a judgment or a judgment that's unfavorable to them? So there are a lot of considerations, ma'am.
Now, the reason why I ask, because I know for a fact that an AI system can be programmed to avoid generating harmful speech or conduct. It's a creation of a person, of a human being. Now, can we not program an AI in such a way that it will not generate harmful speech or word, so that there will be no responsibility?
Right now, it's something that we aspire for. But what we're seeing with artificial narrow intelligence is that we do have limitations in what we can expect in terms of the output of AI systems. And again, we recall the black box problem. If we can't find, for instance, what's wrong with the code, how are we going to eliminate that? If we don't find which data is inaccurate or even what associations the AI has made to come up with that output, how are we going to eliminate that from the process? So there is an update though from one AI company. They're called Anthropic, and they say now they have clues to solving the black box problem. And we do look forward to this, and I am personally closely monitoring this because this would solve a lot of the questions that we have in regarding liability. And so I guess the answer is let's stay vigilant and keep posted on what they're doing in the AI tech world.
Well, you mentioned about the black box problem in the code program. Can we not go after the programmer if there is a problem with the system?
We can. We can, but there is a downside to that. If we're always going after the programmers, if we're always going after the developers, we are disincentivizing them from being creative, from developing. And when we stifle innovation, and then we are moving forward to the future without the benefits or the advantages of what they would have otherwise offered us if we had not put prior restraint on them from developing.
But we can ask the programmer to be more transparent. So we
Correct.
know what to expect from the program or from the application.
Correct. We can go in that direction. While we cannot tell them do not include harmful code, it's difficult because again, AI can hallucinate. But we can start to sort of dissect it and put in regulatory requirements as they did under the AI Act of the European Union. So, for instance, there are going to be transparency requirements. You have to, if this is third party or you're contracting with an AI developer so that you could deploy their program into your own system or into your own business, there would be a requirement for them to be transparent as to how this all came about, the process, the code. There could be that requirement. But then again, we also grapple with defenses like, what if this is a trade secret? We don't want to tell you our code. What if you adopt it? What if somebody steals it and makes money off of it? So again, very important questions that we have to keep discussing so that we can find an answer that we're comfortable with.
Thank you.
Thank you. Right. And do you mind? Yeah. I think he raised his hand first.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Ekaringal from the Court of Appeals. I just have a question for maybe Judge Ivy or Attorney Farcon. You were talking about the liability of big tech. But my question is, in reality, does the government have anything in its arsenal to hold big tech, like Facebook, for example, liable for continuing to allow, for example, hate speech to be posted on its platform? Aside from, I know of other countries like China, for example, that really outrightly blocks certain social media platforms. I read also recently that Brazil blocked a certain platform for use of minors. I think I just read it recently. Does at this point in time, does the government have anything to really hold those big tech companies to account for those infractions?
Yes. So that's a great question, and we at the movement against disinformation, we're always debating on this matter. And our director Maria Reza has always been said that this is in the Philippines. This is doable because we're not burdened with the concept of a liability shield. So in the United States, that's the Community Decency Act, because they are effectively shielded. But in our laws, it's not content moderation, but we can use product liability. We can see the services of Facebook as a product, and we can allege that it ceases to be safe. There's no information, so there are as this. I'm going to the presentation of Judge Ivy, and we had a conversation about this earlier. We can use those cause of action. It's not based on speech, but more on something that's easier to tackle, like e-commerce or product liability. And I think that's what essentially what Maria was suggesting. But it also takes a little bit of creativity on the petitioners. It's really public interest lawyering. So you have to find a very good case for it to build a petition or a suit.
Thank you just for the question, just to add to Attorney Farcon's answer. Outside of product liability and all the laws that he mentioned, I'm a trial court judge. So this is what I deal with. There is also tort and there is also crime, criminal law. We have those in our arsenal, but then it becomes a question of, are we able to prove it? And again, it's a matter of evidence. We look at it in terms of intent. For instance, there's harmful speech allowed on this platform. Can we ascribe intent to the platform? Who among them? Who in this corporation? And then there's also the question of causation. If we are pursuing tort, are we able to connect the harm with the action of the platform, or maybe their inaction? Is there negligence there? But then again, there are challenges, and I think this is where I admire what they have in the EU, because now they have presumptions in favor of, for instance, in the context of product liability, they have presumptions in favor of the claimant, and they also have rules on evidence disclosure. So currently, what we have, I think we could do better. We could do better in reinforcing our laws, our rules around this particular harms that online platforms or AI agents could bring about.
Just an additional comment to that, though. You mentioned about the possible issues that might arise against big tech, but I think one of the main issues that could arise is jurisdiction. Do we even have jurisdiction over them, considering that they are foreign entities? As Attorney Farcon mentioned a while ago, they don't even have a sizable presence here in the Philippines. So, you will have to apply tests such as, are they doing business here, etc., etc. So that might be difficult. That's all. Thank you very much.
Yes, I think we have a question from Judge.
Going back to the question, this is a follow-up actually, because AI is something that's what they call pre-trained. So you have to provide for parameters before in coming up with the predictive output. So it's not possible to follow up the previous question to give certain standards on how the AI is trained in processing of information from the prompts.
Thank you, Judge, for the question. Let me just go back to how we termed it. We said it is pre-trained, and I agree. There is some component of pre-training in terms of AI, but ultimately their goal is to make these machines self-learning. So although there is pre-training, the more that we feed data to it, and this is a continuous process that we also see as we continue to use that particular AI model. So it's not just pre-trained, it's a continuous training. Now, can we put in standards? We can. But really, until we are able to solve the black box problem, we will only be mitigating. We will not be eliminating that risk. But yes, I would like to encourage everyone to read more on AI, particularly on its risks. And there is a good paper here produced by the OECD because it provides us an inventory of the possible AI risks and some suggestions on how we can address them. And there are standards such as transparency, which form part of how a framework could look like in the effort to mitigate risks. But again, black box cannot eliminate yet. But again, hopeful that one day we will come very close to cracking that code.
Just wondering how can humans keep pace with the development of AI?
And my answer there is really, I don't know. We can keep putting in the effort. We can keep talking about it because right now, there really is a very big difference. AI, the way the tech develops, is so way ahead of us when we think of it in terms of where we are in regulation. We are so behind. But can we keep up? There are several strategies that we can employ as citizens, as maybe civil society organizations, so that we can keep up with AI. Number one of them is, of course, staying updated, stay vigilant. Turn on your Google alerts when there is an AI development. Make sure that you know about it, and then take the time to reflect. How is this going to affect me, not only in my personal but also in my professional life? The other thing, and again, this is a call to our citizens, keep engaging in the discourse, keep educating, keep driving that advocacy as to what the standards should look like, what we must demand of AI companies, and keep sharing your real life stories because these are sort of proof of concept that we do need the standards. In the two cases that I mentioned earlier about where children were involved, the 14-year-old girl being the subject of online pornography or AI generated pornography, and the boy who took his life. These stories compel us, and maybe we are discounting the power of our emotions, the power of our empathy as a society, but we shouldn't, because ultimately, how this reflects in our daily lives, how much we are affected with it, is going to be directly proportional with how much we want to be part of that conversation. So I hope I was able to address that a little bit.
Thank you. Maybe this is asking the same question in a different way, and maybe it's unfair. It's a very general question. But do you see more challenges than opportunities, or vice versa? Basically, are you optimistic or pessimistic about the future in regulating this or technology taking over?
Thank you for the question. Am I a doomer? I think is what the question is. I am really what we are seeing right now is a struggle between finding the balance between advancing with our technology and making sure that we keep intact our humanity. I have always been optimistic. I have always been very excited about technology, but coming into, I think we also have to acknowledge that there is human agency in all of this. And if we still believe that ultimately we as human beings would want to work for the better good of everyone, for a better world, then we could remain optimistic. We could also find hope. And hope is very important. We could also find hope in where we see AI being applied. I know I gave examples of how bad actors have utilized AI to advance their malicious intentions. But there are also a lot of good things happening because of AI. And we should not discount those or shy away from them only because, there are a few, or maybe there are a few but powerful bad apples in the mix. I hope that answers the question.
Okay. Again, follow up. All right.
Because I've been using AI since 2018. My little understanding of AI is that pre-training, when you say pre-training, it's knowledge based. Is that correct? So when you say yes, knowledge based ba yan?
Yes, but we have to qualify what knowledge is.
Yes.
Like we said earlier, there is a problem about dirty or raw data, real world data. And so the knowledge, is it knowledge that comes from information that is validated or true or accurate? Or is that knowledge that we just draw from whatever everybody wants to say and is out there?
Garbage in, garbage out. Okay. Anyway, it's what I know is that what you the AI. I mean, when you say knowledge base, the information is limited to the knowledge or to the date to what is in the database. The information in the or the data in the database, but what I observed, with the use of AI, even they can go beyond already because AI is capable of self-development, self-training, self-improvement. So even if you will not do anything, it will improve itself. Is that correct?
Yes.
So it's beyond our control. Even the programmer cannot control.
That is something that we are seeing right now. So again, correct that there is pre-training because we feed it the data that it works with.
Mhm.
But then again, the way that it is set up is that so it could self-learn.
Yes.
It makes associations by itself. And we see that, for instance, in its application in breast cancer detection. So in breast cancer detection, you just feed it a lot of images of breast cancer. And the AI, eventually, it was able to draw associations not even known to medical doctors that enabled early detection. So, all the treatment that comes after when an actual person makes a diagnosis is no longer needed because AI has done the job ahead of our medical professionals. And so in that respect, although there is pre-training, there is also the function of the AI in terms of making associations. And I discussed this, I think, because the foundation is, of course, in the connectionist school. It functions like a human brain. It was made to function like a human brain. And even in our human brain, there are a lot of things that we still can't explain. So yes, definitely some self-learning in there that goes beyond the control of the developer and sometimes goes beyond our understanding and we can't address them.
Thank you. I agree.
Yes, please.
Sorry, just a last question to the panelists. Given what you said, Judge Ivy, and given what Christian has said, it seems that humanity is not catching up with the developments in AI. So given that, do you think it is better for governments to overregulate or underregulate in terms of monitoring platforms, monitoring the developments of AI, etc.? Thank you.
Well, first, just on the premise on the question that governments are not catching up. in regulatoring these new technologies. There are good developments. I mean, for example, not we don't have an AI law, but the EU has an AI law, and it's a very comprehensive one that we can easily learn from, and I think it will help narrow or mitigate whatever risks that we are facing with AI. And maybe just to go back to your earlier comment about the lack of jurisdiction for the big tech platforms. And so we have I mentioned the Internet Transaction Act. I don't think I was able to discuss it much, but there is a long arm provision there. It's in section 5. It's called the extraterritorial application. It says a person who engages in e-commerce who avails of the Philippine market to the extent of establishing minimum contacts herein shall be subject to applicable laws and regulations and cannot evade legal liability in the Philippines despite lack of legal presence in the country. So it's there. We have a long arm law here, and basically, it's actually they are, you know what, they are doing business here. I mean, they have products here. You can place ads. The ads are displayed in pesos, and it gets delivered to Filipinos. So we are this long arm operation is actually just a confirmation that they are really under our regulatory ambit. But the challenge is it's always when you go against a big tech company, they're gonna raise so many technicalities, evidentiary matters. You're gonna raise the lack of jurisdiction. They're gonna say, "Oh, our entity here is just a marketing entity." So it's there's also a challenge on civil society, public interest lawyers, and eventually, when the case gets filed, it's a challenge for the judiciary also. And on the question on optimism, whether there are more opportunities or whether there are more challenges, that well, the title of my paper was "Wisdom and Opportunities of the Philippine Approach." When you look at our laws, and if you compare it to the EU, my initial reaction was, wow, this is so decentralizing. So many frameworks are missing. But after 2 years of going abroad, looking at the EU also, they also have problems. And I started to see our defects as really traits. We have a peculiar situation, and our laws reflect this. But there are also strengths. So we can the being optimistic. It's a choice, and we can choose that even if the challenge is very steep. And I guess that's the challenges for every one of us here in the legal profession.
Would you like to add your comment?
Just a brief answer to your question po. So I think regulation is an attempt by the government to solve political, social, and economic problems. So being an attempt, the government doesn't have to really choose between overregulation and or less regulation or laissez-faire. So I think it's a matter of finding balance between the business interest, and the public interest. So the government doesn't really have to choose. So thank you.
Okay. I think that wraps up our open forum.
Judge, can I
Oh,
just
yeah, go
add
ahead, go ahead.
very
Sure, sure, I'm
briefly?
sorry.
And this is just building off of what Attorney Alfonso already said. Do we overregulate? When we overregulate, what do we see happening? When we overregulate, we stifle or we stunt growth, we stunt progress, we drive out those who would have otherwise advanced as a society. When we underregulate, then we open ourselves to harms, to continued abuse of their business or commercial rights or whatever rights they anchor their operations on. How do we catch up? We just keep at it. We reasonably regulate. We tie in the regulations again with what we want to happen, what our conceptions of what is just, what is fair should be, and we keep finding that mix. We keep finding that balance. Throughout the history of humanity, we have always been confronted with new technologies, and there will always be some discomfort at the beginning, but eventually it settles. We form a consensus as to what this technology means to us, how we want it to find its place in our society, and where we sort of delineate its abilities, and what the more important values are for us humans. So thank you, Judge.
Thank you so much. Oh, wasn't that a very informative discussion? Huh? We learned a lot, and we were so lucky that two of our justices from the Supreme Court joined us this afternoon. So join me in thanking our three presenters, Attorney Parcon, Judge Velasco, and Attorney Alfonso. I hope to see you again. Maybe you'll have another presentation uh, about AI. And so I think we are ready for the synthesis. May I call now my partner, Judge Jose Areza.
Good afternoon again. My takeaway from this afternoon's presentation, as well as the open forum, is that there is a need for regulation and accountability of the internet intermediaries as well as the EI. In EU and the Western countries, there is admittedly already a law, or what I heard from Attorney Farcon earlier is that there is a DSA, the Digital Services Act, and there is an AI law. Am I correct? These are two different laws. But the question is, are we going to adapt or at least copy these laws and apply in our jurisdiction? Because as I said earlier, and as has been proven by the questions raised earlier, the need is there for regulation. But as one of the speakers also has said earlier, how much of that regulation has to be applied? If there is an over-regulation, there is a danger. If there is an under-regulation, there is also a danger. And last Friday, I attended a symposium in the University of the Philippines College of Law on the global innovations and governance, EU and PH policies on digital data. It was attended by our guest professors from the University of Granada and Malaga. And one of the speakers, if I remember correctly, the Undersecretary of the Data Privacy Commission, said that it is not easy to just cut and paste from the DSA of EU because there are certain limitations that have to be addressed. And one of those limitations, if I remember right, is cultural in nature. What may be applicable in the EU may not necessarily be applicable to the Philippines. So there is still that question that hangs. And I'm glad that Judge Marvick Leonin mentioned earlier that there is, well, it is within the province of the legislature to come out with a law. But since the legislature is hampered by its other concerns right now, we may not be looking at an Internet Intermediary Regulation Act in the near future, or even an AI law. So I was glad that he said that they are waiting for a courageous judge to adjudicate on an internet issue case, so that if ever that case is elevated to the Supreme Court, well, I would hazard to say that it would certainly be elevated to the Supreme Court. Then the Supreme Court would have the opportunity to rule and not just to decline or refuse to act on that issue. So, and insofar as regulation of the internet intermediaries, there is also the question of which mode of regulation should we follow. As mentioned by Attorney Alfonso, there is the strict liability, the safe harbor, the general immunity or broad immunity approach. While Attorney Alfonso did not propose a specific approach, but I guess when this is brought to the legislature, it would have to decide on which approach to adopt. And the approach would have to be also addressed to the concern raised by the honorable judge of over-regulation or under-regulation. Judge Leonen is no longer here, but he made our task of synthesizing the issues very, very sufficient for our learning. So I cannot add anything more to that. So, Judge Lisa, there are supposed to be announcements. I don't know who's going to make the announcements. Okay, thank you.
Well, the announcement is dinner will be served at 5:30. Can we imagine life now without AI-enabled apps such as Waze or Grab or Food Panda and all other similar apps that use AI that make our life so much easier? Parang mahirap na, no? It's hard. However, AI can become a bane if its development and utilization are left unchecked. Quite possibly, AI can dictate the outcome of elections and change the course of history. Saj Leonen earlier warned of online misinformation, or worse, disinformation that adversely affect efforts to address climate change. Needless to state, the effects can be far-reaching and could even be disastrous to humanity, as it has the potential to install or strengthen an authoritarian government, or operate lethal, self-directed, or autonomous weapons. Billionaire tech entrepreneur Elon Musk emphasized the need for a regulatory body overseeing the development of superintelligence, as he said during his speech at the South by Southwest Tech Conference in Austin, Texas. And I quote, he said, "Mark my words, AI is far more dangerous than nukes." I hope we won't come to that. Okay, still largely unregulated in many parts of the world, including the Philippines. Regulation, however, cannot be a one-size-fits-all mechanism, as Judge Velasco mentioned in her paper. Indeed, AI has the potential to revolutionize societies in positive ways, but just like in any scientific or technological advancement, there is a real risk that the use of new tools by the state or by business establishments can have a negative impact on human rights. Foremost of which is the impact it will have on the right to freedom of expression and information and the right to privacy. The stories about Dr. Miriam Al-Adib's 14-year-old daughter, whose photos, along with other young girls, which were used to create hyper-realistic photos of them unclothed, and about Megan Garcia's 14-year-old son, whose relationship with an AI character drove him to act upon his suicide ideations, bring to mind the alarming rate of suicide in our country. The International Association for Suicide Prevention and the World Health Organization collaborate each year to commemorate World Suicide Prevention Day to respond to the critical global health issue, which affects families, individuals, and communities all over the world. Suicide prevention is especially necessary in the Philippines, where the suicide rate continues to climb despite continued interventions from various government agencies. A recent study reports that in the Philippines, there was an average of 40 deaths by suicide every month, with over half by individuals below 30 years old. Now, I remember my son, who is a professor in a prominent university in Manila, told me that in his school alone, the incidences of suicides has become commonplace. But many are unreported. So now I wonder if some were due to the use or abuse of AI. The use of AI can also impact the exercise of the right to an effective remedy, the right to a fair and speedy trial, and the right to freedom from discrimination. The threat posed by AI can be found in its current and continued everyday use. Considering today's presentation and borrowing the words of our esteemed presenter, AI is the tool through which the message is crafted. If the message is produced through AI, who is the speaker? Otherwise stated, if the message is crafted using AI, to whom do we attribute authorship of the message? This brings us back to the problem of assigning blame for AI-generated speech or conduct. What can be done? The challenge, as succinctly stated by Judge Velasco, is to find the balance between harnessing AI potential and safeguarding our humanity. Complementary regulatory and accountability mechanisms can serve to mitigate risks associated with the abuse of AI tools. In devising a holistic liability system, there must first be a basic understanding of the nature of AI. The degree of control must be considered, and preventive action must be included in determining the gravity or degree of consequential reliefs. Often, however, the problem lies in the enforcement of laws. Former U.S. Secretary of State Hillary Clinton said in her book that it takes a village to raise a child. In the same vein, raising awareness of the potential dangers of AI and its regulation cannot be left only to the government. Government, corporations, the business community, as well as civil society must join forces in protecting human rights and ensuring accountability and transparency. So, ladies and gentlemen, I think we are done with our session today. Thank you very much for your active participation. And of course, allow me again to thank our presenters. Okay, so again, 5:30, dinner. Thank you very much.